Good afternoon and a very warm welcome on behalf of the Real World Evidence for Decisions Multi-Stakeholder Initiative to this event on health innovation, the European Health Data Space and Real World Evidence, held under the auspices of the Federal Ministry of Health Associated Programme of Germany's EU presidency. My name is Jackie Davis and I'll be moderating this afternoon as I take you through a packed programme, and we consider the role of real-world evidence in assessing new, highly innovative technologies, how to realise its full potential to inform decision-making by health technology assessment bodies and payers, how cross-border collaboration in this area can best be facilitated, and how the creation of a European learning network could play a key role in this. Bit of housekeeping before we get underway. We're going to have a series of sessions with presentations and discussions, and in the longer sessions, some opportunities for you to ask a few questions. If you want to ask a question, please go to the chat box on the right-hand side of your screen and write it in. And can I please ask, could you please be brief? Twitter length or less would be great, so we can see at a glance what your question is and who it is for. And if you want to share with the outside world what you're hearing, please use the Twitter hashtag RWE4decisions. Just to talk you around the rest of what you see on your screen, on your left, there is a reception area where you'll find the programme, the timings and the speaker bios. And throughout the event, there'll be a sign telling you where we are in the programme. Should be a red live sign at the moment. There's also the stage where we are now, where you're watching proceedings, but there are also exhibition and networking areas. Tell you more about those a little bit later on. Last two things, could you please note that this event is being live streamed on the Real World Evidence for Decisions website and also recorded for internal follow-up purposes. So in our first session, we're going to have some introductory speeches to set the context for our discussion. How does this fit into those broader EU priorities? What does this mean for what we need to deliver? And we'll hear an introduction to the initiative itself. I'm now delighted to give the floor to Dr. Véronique Trillet-Lenoir, MEP, who's a member of the European Parliament's Environment, Public Health and Food Safety Committee. She's a medical doctor by background and the Parliament's rapporteur on the EU's Beating Cancer Plan and co-chair of MEPs Against Cancer Group. So no better person to kick us off. Véronique, thank you so much for being with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation. I am very happy to open this event alongside with Health Commissioner Stella Kyriakides. The discussion we will have today is timely. Earlier this year, the European Commission released a European strategy for data. One of the priorities of this strategy is to launch a European health data space. I guess Stella will say a few words on this proposal, which is expected for the end of next year, and 1 year is not too long to brainstorm. I would like, therefore, to thank the German presidency for co-sponsoring this conference and for placing the topic of health data already so high on its agenda. Prior to our discussions on how, whom with, and on which specific topics we should turn to real-world evidence and real-world data, I wish to share with you the reasons why we are missing such tools in today's healthcare systems and in decision-making policies. First, today's biomedical research increasingly relies on the combined use of big data and artificial intelligence. The opportunities are huge for health as a whole, for prevention first, with the strong need for identification of risk factors and determination of predispositions to many diseases in order to target the measures. Second, for help to diagnosis, with many examples from imaging, like detecting a skin cancer from a simple photo. And finally, of course, for healthcare, collection and analysis of data outside of randomized clinical trials could help to improve health technology assessment for patients, and particularly the real benefit risk for high innovative treatments. This is also a societal issue, as the price of medicines depends notably on their health assessment. Nevertheless, these opportunities rely on a critical mass of data to validate algorithms and refine results. National initiatives to share data exist. For example, the French Health Data Hub intends to cross the currently available databases and to facilitate their use by research teams in a secure and ethical manner. We need these registers to be interoperable at a EU level. This is particularly important because if we want to ensure citizen access and sharing of health data within borders and across borders, we have to make sure that they will speak the same data language. Real-world data coming from different sources is not an homogeneous category. We need to avoid disparities in quality, in coverage, and clear standards for analysis. Indeed, critical mass is not enough. It is important for scientific advancement to ensure the ability to share and process health data in sufficient depth and detail, and to avoid undesirable bias, such as, for instance, gender bias. Assessing the value of real-world data and identifying the progress we still have to make are a prerequisite. I am glad that these challenges will be at the core of the discussion this afternoon. Data management and analysis should go hand in hand with scientific rigor, which is the only way to bridge the gap between real-world data and real-world evidence. At the same time, the opportunities are closely associated to their consequent risks, notably the possible misuse of data which could lead to discriminations or data thefts. And of course, we will have to keep in mind that real-world data complement rather than replace data collection from controlled clinical trial. Therefore, the challenge lies in finding the right balance between privacy protection and data utility. Trust is therefore a key factor of success. The Franco-German initiative Gaia-X for a sovereign European cloud network is particularly welcome in order to ensure that the data of European citizens are protected by European privacy standards. Finally, as the rapporteur on Europeans' Beating Cancer Plan, I want to say a word about cancer before giving the floor to Stella Kyriakides. Independent collection, sharing, and analysis of anonymized data is crucial to better understand cancer mechanisms, cancer determinants, cancer predispositions, and cancer treatment resistance. I suggest that the European Beating Cancer Plan could be a good starting point to advance concretely on a real European health data space and European health records. We will have the opportunity to hear further on this with a whole panel dedicated to cancer and great experts such as my colleague and friend Christine Chaumienne, who co-chairs the Mission Board on Cancer. Indeed, the room is virtual, but the experts today are really here and they are real. I am looking forward to a constructive discussion, and I am sure that it will feed our thought to achieve an effective health data space. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Veronique, for underlining the importance of this issue, how timely, as you said at the beginning, it is, and also some of those key challenges and issues that we need to address, questions we need to answer if we are to make full use of its potential. So thank you very much for your support for this event and for such an eloquent start to our discussions. We will come back on all these issues, including, as you just mentioned, a special session devoted later on to cancer. So thank you again very much indeed. Lots to discuss, ladies and gentlemen. But as Veronique mentioned, we are now going to hear from the European Commissioner for Health and Food Safety, Stella Kyriakides. She couldn't be with us, but she sent us this video message. So let's hear what she has to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to be with you today, even if only virtually. The digitalization of our health systems is not just an aspiration or a trendy slogan. It is a fundamental change that can make a difference to the lives of patients. Speaking to you today, having managed the greatest public health crisis in living memory for almost a year, I can tell you that the need for the European health data space is today bigger than it ever was before. Cross-border collaboration and effective information sharing are our greatest resource. We are stronger, better prepared and more responsive to health threats when we are coordinated, when we connect the dots and when we share resources, when we strive to be more than our component parts. Digitalization can bring this added value. The European health data space will enable and empower this cooperation. It will strengthen citizens' access to and portability of their data, and it will eliminate barriers to the cross-border provision of digital health. We first presented our vision for the European health data space last February. The goal here is to step up health data exchange and support research on new preventive strategies, as well as on treatments, medicines, medical devices, and outcomes. Real-world data here plays a vital role. For this to happen, we need to have the common governance and interoperability framework for data exchange. We need to invest in the right digital infrastructure, allowing for access to health data for research, policymaking, and regulatory purposes. The potential for real-world data to improve cancer prevention, treatment, and care is immense. This is something we're looking closely at Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. It is also important to note that the new EU long-term budget offers important opportunities for digitalization of health at a national level and secondary use of health data. Let us all work together to maximize these opportunities. And I assure you that we will do our part through EU for Health, the Digital Europe Programme, and Horizon Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, our health systems across Europe are connected like a giant web, much like our lives and our economies. If we want to strengthen one, we must strengthen all, and we must reinforce the strands that bind them. The European health data space is a crucial part of this process. We will all benefit, but that means we all need to contribute too. We have a vital role to play in the success of this initiative, and I look forward to working closely with you towards that goal when preparing a legislative proposal planned for next year.
Hello. So there we have it from Commissioner Kyriakides, underlining the importance of a European health data space, underlining also how cross-collaboration and information sharing, she described it as the best resource that we have. And she described our health systems, as I like this phrase very much, connected like a giant web. We're going to consider how to empower that cross-border collaboration, that information sharing, that sharing of learnings together, how to do that in the most effective way. drawing and building on the work that has been done by the Real World Evidence for Decisions initiative. Lots to discuss. She also underlining the importance of the digital infrastructure, of interoperability, and she mentioned the EU budget. So how could the EU budget in various guises through the Research and Development Programme, Horizon Europe, through Digital Europe Programme, how could it support the type of collaboration we're talking about? Lots of things to come back to in our discussion. Now, this first session, we're going to move to our first panel, assessing the value of real-world evidence in the innovation process. We're going to have a series of short it's going to be a context-setting presentation, then some short remarks by our panel. There won't, unfortunately, be time for audience Q&A in this session, but if there is time, panel, I will squeeze in just a couple of things. So let me first introduce Dr. Karen Facey, who is Senior Research Fellow at the University of Edinburgh and lead co-author of the Real World Evidence for Decisions Actions for Stakeholders. You're going to hear a lot more about that this afternoon. And she's going to give us an introduction to Trust4RD, a tool for reducing uncertainties in the evidence generation for specialized treatments for rare diseases. And after Karen has spoken, I will introduce the rest of our panel. Karen, very warm welcome. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. It's a great honor to be here to speak to you this afternoon after those wonderful opening presentations from Dr. Lenoir and the Commissioner, clearly setting out the importance of data to the improvement of all of our healthcare systems, but also some of the opportunities and challenges. And I'll take my first slide now, if I may. That's great, thank you. So in this session, we're looking at the value of real-world evidence in the innovation process. And I'm speaking here on behalf of the University of Edinburgh, but also as a consultant to Inami Riziv in Belgium, where I've been privileged to be part of 2 multi-stakeholder processes led by Inami. And I'd particularly like to talk about Trust4RD, standing for the tool for reducing uncertainties in evidence generation for specialized treatments for rare diseases. Because as the previous 2 speakers indicated, there's a real potential for the use of real-world data, talked about a lot there in terms of cancer, but we also see great opportunities in the field of rare diseases, where we have a paucity of traditional clinical evidence from randomized controlled trials, not simply due to the small populations that we see in rare diseases, but also due to our lack of knowledge about the progression of rare diseases, even about the diagnosis of these rare diseases. So surely there is potential to use real-world evidence in these situations. But I come from a background of being an HTA and a payer, so having to make some challenging decisions about what we invest our limited healthcare resources in. And I was interested in this project because I'm a statistician, and they were trying to really delve into the heart of, well, we've got all this great data out there, why aren't we using it? And I think that's a conundrum many of us see. We keep hearing about big data and the European health data space, all sounds great. But can we actually use the data that we see emerging in our health systems from administrative data sets or from registries or from activities that patient groups are undertaking, from what industry is doing, from clinicians? Can we use that to really inform decisions? And I think the past year has been a real lesson to us. As we've all tried to manage the pandemic, we've realized that there are challenges in using data that come from sources that are not controlled trials. I would say to people as a statistician, well, let's measure mortality. Death is very objective. We can all measure that, can't we? But I think that what the pandemic has told us is that this is challenging. We all measure death in a different way, and we need commonality. So that's what Trust4RD is about. So we'll go to our next slide now. And the key concept of Trust4RD was that we need to start speaking a common language. So it created a typology that said these are the areas where we may be able to use real-world data when we're trying to determine the value of a treatment for a rare disease. We have particular issues around the population we should be treating, the reimbursed population, the licensed population for an indication. We need to know more about the natural history and progression of a disease, particularly important for rare diseases. We obviously have questions about any new treatment, particularly in terms of long-term effectiveness. And increasingly, as we see more complex treatments, we can see that we have uncertainties that are related to the health ecosystem in terms of how we implement a new treatment, particularly when treatments are available perhaps only in one country in Europe. So the Trust for RD concept was that we need more dialogues with all stakeholders to identify where we might have our evidence gaps in determining value, then really identify what's of most important to the decision we want to make, and trade off between where we could generate evidence versus is it really needed? Because evidence generation costs money, time, and resources to all parties. So let's be explicit about the priorities. So if we go on to the next slide, what we can see here is the heart of the proposal was to say we need to have this typology and keep revisiting it during the life cycle of a technology. And we recommended very early dialogue with all stakeholders before we go into early phase study to actually discuss where the gaps are. They might even be gaps in elements like diagnosis, like what are the most important outcomes? How do we develop our outcomes? And then to have further dialogues throughout the life cycle of the technology, including at regulation and at payer decision making and afterwards. So if we go on to the next slide, we can see that we completed that work, published the paper as you saw on the opening page, and that was a paper published by Professor Lieven Annemans and Dr. Amma McCarty. And we recognize, though, that perhaps nobody was using that kind of concept. So we want action, and Yoda Cox, CEO of Anami, is very keen on learning by doing. And so we got together all of the stakeholders and we developed a follow-up paper called Real World Evidence for Decisions. And if we go to the next slide, you can see here that we identified underpinning principles to determine what real world evidence we might need to collect, when and how we would do that. But to have these kind of discussions, we need transparency among all stakeholders to be clear about what we as decision makers need, but also from industry and from data provider sides about what the challenges are in generating and curating these data. And so we only really get to this through collaboration. So if we go on to the next slide, you can see that we worked with all stakeholders to create very specific actions for each stakeholder group. And I'm just showing you a wee snapshot here of the recommended actions we had for the multi-country HTA and payer collaboratives. So here we recommended that industry engage in multi-stakeholder dialogues, that we work together to identify these evidence gaps, very much based on the Trust for RD concept. And the final slide just shows that we came back to that very important issue raised by Dr. Lenoir about we all need to work together to work out how we collect data in a consistent manner across Europe so that we can create some common core data sets and share that. And I'd like to stop at that point and hear what the panelists have to think about these proposals.
Thank you very much indeed. A very comprehensive and brief, succinct presentation of the key underpinnings, as you said, those principles that have guided you. Lots to come back to, but like you, I'm looking forward to hearing what our panel have to say. So with me, as joining Karen and I now for this session, are Simone Boselli, who is Public Affairs Director at Eurodis, Rare Diseases Europe, Mercedes Echari, Vice President Market Access Europe and Canada for the pharmaceutical company Takeda, and Professor Maurizio Scarpa, coordinator of the European Reference Network for Hereditary Metabolic Diseases, METAB-ERN, from the Regional Coordinating Center for Rare Diseases at Udine University Hospital in Italy. So let's jump in. Simone, your thoughts, please, in terms of what we've heard from Karen and how you see the challenge ahead.
Thank you, Jakey. Thank you very much for the invitation once again. Thank you again, Karen, for presenting in such a succinct way the work that has been basically going on for almost 3 years. And I think as you wrote this, possibly this tool, particularly Trust4RD, is being dedicated primarily for rare diseases. I think it is clearly of enormous importance for us because primarily we are in a very exciting times, particularly from a scientific point of view for people living with rare diseases. Just to take, for example, one-off treatments such as gene therapies or other ATMPs, advanced therapeutical medicinal products that are coming to Europe, we see great possibilities for treating previously untreatable diseases. The examples are under our eyes. Just to give you one recent data, there have been 54 requests for ATMP for ATMP's definition at the EMA in the first 6 months of 2020, which is double the entire amount of 2019, meaning that we have a lot more interest in this one-off treatment, which give great possibilities and hope for patients. But as my boss, Jan LeCam, often says, if an invention remains on the shelf, is not accessible to patients, that's what it remains. An invention is not an innovation. And to assess what is needed in terms of managing the entries of this treatment is a continuum of evidence generation. Trust4RD really gives the tools to manage this evidence throughout the life cycle of a medicine, and particularly when it comes with these gene therapies or other ATMPs, which are deemed to be one-off treatments, and managing the evidence that comes further down the line after the treatment is of primary importance. And in this particular instance, patient-reported outcomes and all the evidence that comes from a patient is of primary importance because it gives you a particular, a specific idea of how the treatment is working in the real world. But this is not only a valid post treatment, but also pre-treatment to understand how the conditions are evolving. And I'm sure Maurizio can provide an example of how natural history data are still lacking in many disease areas, and the importance of gathering evidence and using this evidence is of primary importance for regulators, for clinicians themselves, for payers, for HD assessor, and for patients themselves. And for one last comment, I think in the most important part of Trust4RD, I believe, is trust in the process, trust in the people, and trust in the outcomes that these processes and procedure will bring forward. Particularly, perhaps COVID, and I don't need to mention, is brought the issues around trust and transparency again once more to the fore. We are all in this together, and trusting each other will bring better outcomes for the patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Simone. And that continuum of evidence generation that you talked about, and particularly the patient's role in all of this. And one of the principles I know that has been very much underlined by the Real World Evidence for Decisions Initiative is the involvement of the patients. I hope we'll come back to that later on. And how do we build that trust, as you said, in the people, the process, and the outcomes? Let us turn now to Mercedes Echarri, who, as I said, is from the pharmaceutical company Takeda. Mercedes, your thoughts, please. You're muted, Mercedes. Thank you. There we are.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity just to share the industry perspective. And thanks, Karen and Simone, just for your messages there. I think you covered the most important things, probably from an industry perspective, probably to reinforce some of the messages. You know, rare diseases, they are debilitating conditions, high unmet need, with high risk of early death. Half of those diseases, unfortunately, happen in the childhood, with 1 out of 3 children that they will not reach the age of 5 years old. And so 80% of these diseases, they have a genetic component, very difficult to manage with a lifestyle. So high mortality and a high comorbidity. And so the industry just is fully committed to keep on investing in these diseases because we realize that this is high unmet need. But yes, we face some problems when we design the clinical trials of those diseases. It's not easy. It's not easy for the reasons that Karen already shared with us, because sometimes the population is very small, because the disease is not well understood, because the population also is not well targeted, or simply because we don't have a comparator, right? And so sometimes we cannot design the traditional randomized clinical trials that the FDA bodies they would require us. So here is what we face this issue: what to do, and that's why the real world evidence is going to help us just to answer some of those uncertainties and just to design a good clinical trial that can cover the main questions that we have. But this is something that the industry should not unilaterally do it. I think, as Karen mentioned, that we should do it together with the different stakeholders, together with regulators, together with payers, together with FDA evaluators. And we have to be very transparent. Karen, I like what you say, transparency, because sometimes even in the industry, we don't know what we don't know, right? So we have to be very open and say to our key regulators and evaluators, here is the clinical design that we have. Here is our question marks. I don't know how to move forward. Please, can we sit together and elaborate some solutions all together? This is transparency, and this is the way just to generate this trust that I think in both sides we need. Then probably then we can agree if there is some registries that we have to set up. But the main objective of this could be that we don't delay the access of these innovative products to our patients. So we should find a way after EMA approval that we can pre-agree on the conditions and the studies that we need to run based on outcome-based agreement or whatever we might pre-agree, that we already can approve those innovative products for those patients, and only just for the benefit of patients. Having said that, I think that's why those two papers, Trust4D and Real World for Decisions, they are very good papers to show some clarity there, to show some methodology. And the industry is just eager and open just to collaborate there, to continue with this debate. And actually what we consider important is just we open for some workshops to offer some pilots, some real case studies, because with the real case studies is the way that you can illustrate the paper to understand if this methodology can be applicable to the case studies, and what are the gaps and what are the limitations. Is the limitation resources? Is the limitations infrastructure? So it's something that we don't know. It's a long way still to go, but at least it's something that we can learn together. And again, all this just for the benefit of the patient. Only together we can make it happen.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
That approach, as you say, that case study approach, very much at the heart of the way real world evidence for decisions has approached this issue. We're going to hear more about that later. And you underline the importance of this ongoing interactive dialogue between you as industry and all the other stakeholders. We're going to talk this afternoon about how do you do that and come back to this idea. We'll hear talked about more of a network that would enable that constant iterative dialogue to take place. But thank you for now, Mercedes. Let's complete the picture. Mauricio Scarpa, who, as I said, is the coordinator of the European Reference Network for Hereditary Metabolic Diseases. Mauricio, good to have you with us, sir. Over to you for your opening thoughts.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. It is really an honor to discuss with all of you about this very important issue. I have to say that we are living actually in a golden era, because in the last 20 years, there has been a growing interest in rare disorder. I remember when I started to work on rare diseases, which was in the middle 80s, where it was very difficult to speak with colleagues and with someone interested in rare diseases. Now there are meetings like these, going worldwide and involving all the major stakeholders, high-level politicians, industries, and we have a gift since a couple of 15, 20 years from the European Commission, which is Eurordis, which in my opinion is really a gift for all the community working on rare diseases like myself, because it's collecting the voice of the patient, which must be at the center of our activity. Nevertheless, we have still a lot of problems. We have still a lot of problems because we have a desperate need for therapies. But as you mentioned, we don't have the population of patients on whom we can really test the therapy in a good way. We have a very small population of therapy of patients that on whom we can do our clinical trial. We mostly do not very much about the natural history, you said already, because I mean, in rare diseases, there is almost a disease for single patient. There is a continuum of severity from very severe to very attenuated. So and we don't know all about this. Then we have a lot of treatments that are coming from different biotechnological fields, and most of them are very advanced, and we need still to understand what is the effect on the human being. And we have hospitals, we have indeed different national health system. We have 27 national health system, and this is a major problem because sometimes we don't have therapy access to patients in a homogeneous way, but in 27 different ways. So what we need now, in my opinion, is actually networking. And this, for example, is indeed a good example of what we need, because we have networking of patients through Eurordis, networking of companies, networking of hospitals. And I represent here one of the major success of the European Commission in health, which is the creation of the European Reference Network program. Because I think that having this program, which is very unique, there is nothing in any other countries, we can count of the connection of a high, excellent hospital working together and working also with other disease-specific or drug-specific networks. And these networks are now 3 years old, and they are organized, and they are ready to interact with regulators, with payers, with policymakers, with companies, in order to actually fill the gaps that we have just highlighted. All the European Reference Network have started their registries, which are not disease-specific, but that they are actually umbrella registries that can be used to really fill up the natural history gaps that we are missing. And especially, the European Reference Network can collect the data in a very organized way, especially in a findable, accessible, interoperable, and reproductive way, so that this data can really be used for clinical trials. And this is a major problem we have for clinical trials. We have so many clinical trials, but the data that we generated are isolated and cannot be reused and cannot be really easily understood. So I think that having all of these, at a certain point, having also the TrustRD papers and the network and this tool that actually now it's available, we can link patients, we can link policymakers, payers, and industries and patients at the center, in order really to make the next step, which is to try to understand once forever the efficacy, the safety of the novel therapies. Because what it is missing now is actually, the fact that the one therapy is really making the difference, is really changing the natural history of the disease, and is giving a hope, a unique hope to a rare disease patient to prolong and to become, a normal being with, in a society. So I think that this is really the way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Maurizio. And so lots to discuss, but again, repeatedly underlining this importance of this networking, of this collaboration together. Just a comment that's come in from the audience, which I'll throw into our discussion. Peter Lackvike from the Thyroid Federation International saying, is innovation limited to rare diseases? He answers his own question. Real world evidence is of great additional importance for many people with a normal disease and comorbidities. I just wanted to come back to something Karen said, because she was talking about, you said, Karen, COVID-19 had demonstrated some of the challenges of using data from sources that are not clinical trials. And I just wondered for each of you, as you look to the challenges ahead, and perhaps Maurizio, start with you, so we go the other way around now. What for you is the biggest challenge now, if we are to really realize all this potential, build these networks and so on? And do you think, has COVID-19 for you changed your perception of that challenge? A thought from each of you on that, and then we'll try and identify a key next step. Maurizio, the biggest challenge from your perspective to really advance this agenda now?
Well, the biggest challenge is actually, in my opinion, the capability of analyzing the data that we are generating. And COVID has made a big push about that. Why I say that? Because, I mean, with COVID, we are now making very easily, you know, this kind of teleconferences that just a few months ago was a nightmare. Because if you were, if you wanted to join a congress by a web, it was a nightmare for the organizer to introduce someone. Now we are making this kind of web. So, I mean, for me, it is not the generation of the data, but it is the analysis. And indeed, the power of calculation, especially the fact that in our clinical multidisciplinary teams, sometimes we are missing bioinformaticians, we are missing some fundamental people that can help us in understanding what we are generating. The data itself is very sterile alone, but it must be understood inside a clinical situation. And sometimes us as physicians are not prepared because we don't have a culture. I hope that the new generation of physicians will face this. And COVID has been extremely important because we have now this contact due to the fact that we need more digital contact.
Absolutely. Mercedes, for you, the biggest challenge that we face to really move forward with this now?
The main one, Jackie, probably will be just the recruitment of patients. Because as you know, in the COVID crisis, the patients, they don't go to the hospitals, the physicians, they focus on other things. So everything that is not COVID is just a second priority. And there with the rare disease, mainly that, you know, it's very difficult just to recruit patients for rare diseases because just by definition, the number of patients, they are very low. So we are suffering from that. So probably as just positively, the way to move forward, and the industry, they need just to shape the mindset, is how we can convert this into an opportunity, and how we can improve the digital clinical trials. How we can do it more Silicon Valley type of trials. So this is something that probably is something, dialogue that among us, among the investigators, and we should have. But yes, it's a challenge, but probably an opportunity.
And so that the commissioner was talking about the digital infrastructure that we need. Veronique also spoke about it. Very, very important if we are to get this right. Simone, for you, would you agree with the challenges as identified by Simone, by Mercedes and Maurizio, or is there something else you would highlight?
I agree with the challenges that have been highlighted, but I will add one thing, is that when COVID struck, it's, you know, it was like everyone felt what having a rare disease was like, in the sense that when COVID was first diagnosed, we didn't know anything about it. There was not enough knowledge about it. We didn't have enough collaboration and understanding of the disease to push forward for, there was no treatment either. So what has brought forward is what, in this situation, the challenges that we face as rare diseases to the fore. Collaboration is key, networking is key, knowledge is key, and speed of research and clinical trials is essential, but also that we need to have comparable data, we need to have structured data and agreed ways to assess them. That's what has been there, but it's not a different challenge from what in many diseases we have seen.
Thank you very much. Karen, for you, among the myriad of issues, and of course, the papers do contain recommendations for each action group. Let me ask you a double question and I'll put it to the others. For you, what is the toughest challenge? And if you had to identify a key next step of all the recommendations that you've made for action, of all the things we need to do, what for you is the key next step if we are to realize this immense potential that the Commissioner spoke about, that Veronique and all our speakers have spoken about? So your key challenge and key next step. Also, would like to hear a key next step from the rest of you before we move on. Karen.
So my key challenge would be, how do we bring HTA payer bodies together to agree a common core protocol for data collection in a TIMIUS manner? We've seen the UNETA post-licensing evidence generation try to do this, but it hasn't been quick enough. So we need to learn from what's happening during COVID, where we've seen things happen a lot quicker, to get that common core data set, gather data that we can aggregate. The thing we need to do most is to train HTA and payer bodies in real-world data analytics and develop guidance for HTA payer bodies so that they know how to assess real-world data and real-world evidence.
Thank you very much indeed. Mercedes, your key priority.
My key priority is probably to understand what prevents us from execution. Really to have a very open discussion. Is this resources? Is this infrastructure? Is this education? Is this mindset? So to have a very open discussion what it is and just focus on what is a quick win. I don't know still what it is.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your frankness there. Simone, your key next step, key priority.
For me, the key next step is to implement it well, but avoid duplication of initiatives, in the sense that there is a lot going on real world evidence, but in different ways. But we need to understand what at which stage we can have it, the regulators, but clearly, as I said at the beginning, in a continuum. So everyone knows what their place is, and everyone is connected, from the patient to the regulator to the clinician as well. So that's where I think it's very important to work on.
Thank you so much. And Maurizio, you have the last word.
Thank you very much. I mean, I just echo what has been said so far, in particular what Simone was telling, because I think that what we need is indeed a network of the networks. So having all the stakeholders really organized, harmonized, in order not to duplicate efforts and not to waste energies. And especially one thing that is extremely important is to protect the future, to work on young generations, because with the COVID now, what we have as a problem is that rare diseases are in a way forgotten from educational programs. And what we really need is to not think to the rare diseases and to treatment rare diseases and only as a today problem, but as a future problem. And for this reason, I think that to invest very much on the young generation with organized educational programs, this is what we are doing at the ERN level, in order really to give not only therapies, but also management, psychological support, and social support to patients, which is extremely valuable and still very much missing.
And on that note, the audience can't thank you in the time-honored tradition, so let me do it on their behalf. Thank you for a great discussion, a great start to our debate. Do feel free to join in with questions through the Q&A box, or comments if you want to add anything later on in our debate. It'll always be delightful to hear from you. But for now, thank you all very much indeed. And thank you for giving us your time and your thoughts. So we heard there from all our speakers, Karen was talking about early dialogue. We heard Simone and I was talking about continuous dialogue. We need the continuum of evidence. And also, what was it Karen said? She said, speaking a common language. That is the most important thing. We need to find a way to speak a common language, identify our priorities. And she talked, as I say, about early dialogue between stakeholders if we are to identify those gaps, identify those priorities. Also something Mercedes and the other speakers underline, the network of networks Maurizio was talking about there at the end. So we're going to move on to a second session in which we're going to focus on this question of stakeholder action and collaboration. As I mentioned, the initiative, the papers do contain recommendations for all different groups of stakeholders, and this key question of the collaboration to improve learnings on real-world evidence. How do we do it? What needs to be done? Once again, we're going to have a short introductory presentation just to get us started. But then in this session, I'm just going to dive into the discussion with the rest of our panelists. I'll introduce them after the introduction for a totally interactive conversation. And if you do have any questions, please do go into the chat box, put them in, because I'll try and put them to our panel later on. So joining me to launch this session, delighted to welcome Dr. Mark van der Kastelen, Coordinator, Expertise Pharmaceuticals at the Belgian National Institute for Health and Disability Insurance, Inami Riziev, who is going to give us an introduction to the real world evidence for decisions, stakeholder actions, and their recommendations for a learning network. Then I'll introduce the rest of our speakers. Mark, welcome, and over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Davies, and it's my pleasure to give this introductory lecture entitled Stakeholder Actions and Collaboration to Improve Learnings on Real-World Evidence. May I have the first slide, please? Thank you. The second one, please. So, Ms. Davis, let's start with a very general graphic on this paper. It's taken from a paper written by people from Pfizer, showing the two hills on data volume. And the first hill is on all kind of data from randomized clinical trials, other interventional studies, with one major marker there, the regulatory approval. And then there is a second hill, and it is here given as a larger hill, all kind of real world evidence that comes afterwards. Can I have the next slide, please? Yes. And the question here, from our point of view, is where are the needs here in this hill from HTA and payers? What can we say? What can we do? How can we interact to have our say on this real world data? Why? Because after the regulatory approval, there is a reimbursement approval. And for this reimbursement approval, we need, of course, to be very much and very well informed. Can I have the next slide, please? And therefore, let's introduce you, or let's present to you where case study workshops we have done really on a real world data and on multi-stakeholder dialogues. Next slide, please. The Riziev Inami hosted the workshops in September 2020, and it was a demonstration of a light touch multi-stakeholder dialogue meeting about highly innovative technologies in development. Rare diseases, but not necessarily rare diseases, sure, highly innovative technologies. And the question here, when we start is, can we address any of the real-world evidence for decision stakeholder actions? You see all the stakeholders here presented. The one that is also important here is the pharmaceutical industry. And in a multi-stakeholder dialogue, it was one company in particular who came with their questions on real-world data collection. Learn by doing is here the central issue, central theme. Next slide, please. So the first thing we observed in these workshops were the wide range of uses for real-world data and real-world evidence in the end. Let's have a look here at the natural history of a disease. Sometimes it is known, sometimes it is not known about certain phenotypes. The quality of life to be used later on in pharmacoeconomic assess, the efficacy on long term, the resource uses, the external comparator can be from clinical data, but can also be from real-world registries to see see how the comparator is actually doing in real life and what we are paying for. Long-term effectiveness is another one, determination of a diagnostic algorithm. This goes together with the point of phenotyping, and of course also epidemiology, disease type, prevalence, etc. Next slide, please. The workshop outcomes can be given in 3 main themes. First is an open and confidential discussion of real-world evidence. Open and confidential. These are the 2 features. They're not contradictory. It's an open, frank discussion with all stakeholders, but at the same time is another feature important in this in the workshop. It was confidential about this generation plans of real-world evidence. Second theme is to plan iterative dialogues. Already from first dialogue, we can know with all the stakeholders, we can know already what will be the subject in a second iterative dialogue, be it before the reimbursement decision or even after the reimbursement decision. And the third theme is actually a plea for use of real-world evidence studies to create matched external controls. I talked about that. They should have clear protocols, clear analytical plans, etc., with robust data capture and quality control mechanism. This is also a plea coming out also from these workshops. Applicability of real-world evidence studies to different jurisdictions should be considered, because we are talking about multi-stakeholder dialogues. We also, Ms. Davis, we're talking about multi-country dialogues, and so different jurisdictions should be considered in this dialogue. And a plan for the use of real-world evidence studies should be developed that does not cherry-pick elements. It should be very concrete. It should be robust. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the recommendations can be or are the following. First of all, the first recommendation is a plea for an international registry that is based for diseases, not certainly or not specially or not ideally for products, but for diseases. It is recommended to have a disease registry. Second recommendation, to use the collaboration across the European Union. In the previous panel, we heard that several initiatives are going on. I heard the word golden age. It's really important to repeat that here. We have already networks, so let's engage with these existing networks across the European Union. For payers, this is a recommendation for payers. Let's be clear of what data we require for our HTA, for all kind of data collection after reimbursement decision. And let's talk frankly about these data as payers, whether these data are either essential, either important for our decisions and reimbursement systems, or possibly, that's also a possibility, nice to have some data from practice. Fourth recommendation is, certainly to avoid duplication with other initiatives, early dialogues from UNETA, post-launch evidence generation, etc. And so let's identify the purpose of a light touch process. And that should be really not too heavy, not too burdensome, but to be very, feasible in practice. And that's what we have done for the first time, let's say, in our institute in the month of September in a workshop. Next slide, please. A call for action, therefore, for real-world evidence for decisions. We call for a multi-stakeholder EU learning network on real-world evidence, exactly within the European health data space that was talked before. Where it should clarify when, by whom, and how real-world data should be collected, how and by whom. Also was also coming out from the workshops, in order to generate real-world evidence that meets the needs of patients and healthcare systems and all the stakeholders in that system. It should be based on a voluntary mechanism and be underpinned by robust methodologies. I talked about that, in alignment with other initiatives. That's for sure. Could I have the next slide, please? This is, so can we create a multi-stakeholder learning network? The learning network needs to, and next slide, please, be premised on open governance, reciprocity, and legitimacy through comprehensive membership, so membership of that. Another one is enable knowledge sharing and dialogue, and operate on the basis of shared responsibilities. Clear rules for every stakeholder should be, that should be clear in this structure and in this learning network. Be able to develop actions to reach goals efficiently. I showed you in a previous slide what the goals are, and be able to question goals and practices to develop the new learning methods. That's essential in learning. And finally, enable the attainment of common goals, develop network members' own work, and it also pertains to HTA and payers community, where we have to develop skills and capabilities in order to deliver the goals. And the learning network must be owned by a public institute. It should enable multi-stakeholder interaction, not just multi-stakeholder presence, but also interaction. And it should be sustainable at the long term. And now I'm looking in the long term through long-term funding. This is a slide, as my final slide, I present to the panelists, but also to the audience in general. I think there's an important question here for this time. I thank you for this attention to this introductory presentation, and thank also people who have participated and all the ones you have seen. So.
And thank you very much to you, Mark, for outlining so clearly those key recommendations where you see the challenges and the issues to be addressed. So let me introduce the panel that is joining Mark and I to discuss this now. Dr. Antje Behring, who is acting head for the drug department at the German Federal Joint Committee, GBA, which makes those crucial decisions on reimbursement. Dr. Lisa Maria Voipio-Pulkki, Director General of Strategic Affairs and Chief Medical Officer in the Finnish Ministry of Health. Dr. Peter Arlett, Head of the Data Analytics and Methods Task Force and Co-Chair of the European Medicines Agency HMA Big Data Task Force. And last but not least, Dr. Alexander Natz, Secretary General of the European Confederation of Pharmaceutical Entrepreneurs, EUCOPE. A very warm welcome to you all. We're going to jump straight into the discussion. I've got some questions for our panel, and then I will come out to all of you. So please do use the chat box for your questions and your comments, and I'll bring in as many of them as I can later on. So we heard there from Mark some of those key recommendations for who needs to do what, and how do we build this collaboration that all our speakers so far have underlined is at the heart of realizing the full potential of real-world data, real-world evidence. So I just wanted to ask each of you, and perhaps I could start with you, Antje, in terms of both the value of real-world evidence, the potential to help inform those crucial decisions that get harder and harder all the time, and the challenges if we are to realize that potential. Would you agree with what we've heard? Is there anything else you would highlight? You are muted at the moment, Antje. If you could unmute yourself, I think. There we are.
I'm so sorry. I know
no problem at all.
that you want. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm really delighted to be here and hearing all these very good ideas. And I completely agreed with what was said before. But first of all, I think I see most challenges. I see two challenges in having these real-world data. One is agreeing on a common understanding what question can be answered with what kind of data and what to measure.
Sorry,
and the second,
Antje, you're crackling a lot. Can I suggest just try not holding your mic, see if it works without, because I think it may be making it crackle. Can you just try?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we can hear you fine and there's no crackle. Far away.
Great. Good. Thank you so much. So first of all, first challenge, I hope you understood despite crackling. So the common understanding, I would say, it's the most important. What question can be answered? What kind of data? And of course, what kind of endpoints we want to measure? And being not so tiny with endpoint and really focusing on priorities, what we want to measure. And the other one is the completeness and quality of routinely collected data. Because we need reliable and trustworthy decisions, and not only institutions like the GBA has to make decisions, also doctors and patients have to make decisions. So what are the decisions made on or based on? These has to be really good data. And frankly spoken, in Germany, we don't have very excellent electronic health records. We are working on that since decades, I would say. We have no unique patient identifier, and the collected data have bad quality, and the diagnosis is incomplete, and so on. So it's really crucial to have a good quality of data. And in addition to that, we realize that we have an extremely high bureaucratic burden to use this data. And even if you want to use these scatters data, which are available in Germany, we have to fulfill really a huge kind of paperwork. So the GBA just started to find a solution to implement more data from registries into the early benefit assessment. This is limited to drugs, like which for rare diseases, we just heard, it's I think the most essential data gap is there, or conditional approval, or even exceptional approval. And we have in Germany for the first time the possibility to restrict the prescription of these specific drugs to doctors who participate in data collection. And this should help to concentrate expertise and knowledge in collecting these data. And this should help also to increase the quality of these data. So in this project, to get even more and more registry data into the early benefit assessment, we can engage different stakeholders, pharmaceutical industry, not only the pharmaceutical industry, which is concerned with a specific drug, so different ones. And we can include or engage registry holders, national regulatory bodies, and patients, of course. But this is also changing a mindset of let's say, the mindset for doctors, and also the mindset for HTA bodies to use high quality real world data and use them to making transparent for what kind of decision making we want to make with this.
Okay.
So although there is so much, one last sentence, just say, there's so much magic and attraction in real world data, and we should not forget that we want to try to find a needle in a haystack, and we don't have to be more efficient in finding that needle and not producing much more hay, which we have to look for. I don't know if this is it's German.
Very good analogy. I like it very much. Very good. So identifying there, and interesting, you talk about that mindset change, and presumably the two go hand in hand. So if we identify what is the question we want to answer, where real world evidence can play a part, that helps perhaps to bring about the mindset change if it's answering the questions they want answered. But we can come back to that in our discussion. Let's get a Finnish perspective on this, because I know you've been doing a lot of work in this area, Lisa Maria Voipio-Pulkki. In terms of the challenges ahead, the importance of this issue and the challenges as you see them, would you agree with those Antje identified? Are there other ones you would point to?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And good afternoon from Helsinki, Finland. Thank you so much for the invitation to this really, really interesting session. And I really have liked what I've heard. But taking the point of view of a policymaker or a policy advisor, as I am. So if you want to talk to policymakers, so I would say that go back to basics first. So we need to develop a common understanding, common language, simple enough to describe the role of real-world evidence in the continuum of evidence that we have been talking about. I mean, starting from basic research to translational research, then phase 1 proof of concept studies, then maybe some randomized control trials or attempts to do such trials, up to the point that you have a post-marketing or managed entry setting where you need to use real-world evidence if you so wish. So this is important if you want to make the politicians interested in this issue. Second, if you want to talk to those who have access to designing our digitalized health systems, patient charts, and so on, it's an issue about the data, as has been mentioned here already. So this is not that different from the data collection in other types of clinical evidence generating studies, randomized control studies, and so on. It's a question about the quality, the timeliness, accessibility, confidentiality, traceability of the original data. So these are common issues to all people who are trying to generate evidence. But how do you do this in a digitalized world? In other words, how do you ensure data safety, security, and, for example, transparency of the AI algorithms if you are going to apply some of those to your data sets? But, you know, digitalization is an immense platform. It's really helping us in generating this type of evidence, this type of data, because evidence is always dependent on data. And if we can solve these issues, how do we work in this digitalized world? It's a huge potential for us to be realized. That leads us to some technical questions about interoperability of the registries. Should we rely on separate registries, or should we more rely on digitalization of the patient charts maybe some structured components to be added to the digital charts, and so on. So that leads us back to the technical issue. So there are many stakeholders that we need to talk to if we want to make this machinery work in real life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And a comment that's come from the audience about a lot of multi-stakeholder activities, but the patients, generally speaking, I think we did hear them talked about as stakeholders earlier, but tend to be talked about as subjects of all of this rather than stakeholders alongside everybody else. It'd be interesting to get any thoughts on that as we move along. But Peter Arlett, if I could come to you and from an EMA perspective, do you agree with what you've heard in terms of the potential value of real world evidence, but these crucial challenges, knowing what question it is you want to answer, getting that complete and quality of data that we need, and the mindset shift that's been talked about? Are there other things you would highlight? Where do you see the most important challenges?
So thanks very much, and greetings from The Hague. I'm very pleased to be taking part in this meeting this afternoon to be representing medicines regulators in this multi-stakeholder dialogue on a hugely important topic, real-world evidence, and I suppose essentially better evidence leading to better decisions, leading to better medicines access. So I think everybody is saying things that I would agree with. What I would highlight perhaps is that firstly, rather than just thinking about data quality as a black and white issue, high quality, low quality, what we need to do with the huge richness and diversity of data in the European Union is characterize those data. So understand their quality, their completeness, understand whether there are children's data, birth data, pregnancy data, smoking data, weight, all these kind of things that will dictate what research questions and regulatory questions and HTA and payer questions can be addressed. Once we've characterized, we then need to catalogue the different real-world evidence data sets so that stakeholders across the spectrum can identify the data set that might best answer their use case. I think we also, and it's been mentioned a little bit, it's about the capability and capacity of the different stakeholders. So in medicines regulation, we identified with our big data task force a couple of years ago that we need to invest heavily in data science, in pharmacoepidemiology and in statistics. And we are rolling out a program of training for regulators. And I'm sure there'll be synergies where we can perhaps embrace the training needs of other stakeholders as well. And that would be quite a pleasure actually to collaborate on training in the future. And then maybe my number one central challenge and opportunity would be to mention the big, bold idea of the European Regulatory Network, which is to create a Europe-wide network of real-world data where we can access and analyze those data Europe-wide to be able to support decision-making, be that the decisions of a medicines regulator, an HTA body, or a payer. Now, the label we've given to this is Darwin EU. The idea of Darwin is that it would evolve as data sources come online, as different member states invest in electronic health records, and as technology evolves very quickly, so that this European network would also evolve. And I know that the idea of a multi-stakeholder platform, which is central to our discussion today, is compelling, and I fully support it. I wonder whether we might link that together with the idea of a Europe-wide platform for accessing and analysing data that multiple stakeholders could benefit from. Thank you. Oh, and maybe I should just give the little cherry on the top, which is to just remind us that all of this is about access to new innovative medicines, to safer and effective use of medicines for the benefits of patients' health. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd be interested to come back on your point later about how we might link those two things up, those two types of platforms to be most effective. Let me just, I know you want to come in, Antje, but let me just go to Alexander first, just to complete the picture in terms of the challenges that lie ahead and the importance of this issue. Alexander, from an industry perspective, would you agree with what you've heard? Are there things you would particularly highlight that are of concern to industry if we are to make this collaboration really work in the way everyone is underlining is so important?
Thanks, Jackie. It's a pleasure to be here. Many thanks. Let me first of all start with the fact that industry appreciates what we called about as a trend, the use of real-world evidence, both in regulatory and also in pricing and reimbursement decisions very much. I think it's very positive that we see this. There are things ongoing. I think I heard many positive things, and I'd like to come back briefly to the initiative which we have been talking about, the real-world evidence for decision. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of points which, in my opinion, have made this initiative very successful. And I think the first factor has been that this was payer-led or payer-facilitated, if I may say that. I think it's very important that we're listening to the payers' needs in terms of where are the data gaps. I think industry is very much aware of the fact that we need to listen, and also that we need to talk about methodology. It's not about putting huge loads of data on the table. We need to know what we are searching for, what we are looking for. And for that, we need to have a discussion. And I think the initiative, the real-world evidence for decision, has been a very good starting point in that respect. And why has that been a good starting point? It has been a starting point because it started from the payer perspective. It has been a very good starting point because it had the objective of bringing products to patients earlier, while at the same point in time looking at payers' needs and data gaps, as I said before. I think it has also been effective because it was never designed as a shortcut or a substitute for clinical trial data. It has been designed as an addition to that data. I think that's very important. And it's the right point in time to discuss those issues, which we're discussing today, because we have so many initiatives. The Commissioner talked about it. We heard it from the representative of the European Parliament, that there is the EU health data space, there's a pharmaceutical strategy, the EU Beating Cancer Plan. It's all about data. So it's a right point in time to talk about this. I'd also like to echo what Maurizio Scarpa said. I think it's very much about sticking our heads together around the analysis of data, sitting together about methodology. I heard many national discussions about methodology, which are very important because, again, we don't want to go on a fishing expedition and put everything on the table, what we have in terms of data. We want to have good quality data. And we have a lot of lessons learned from EMA with post-authorization, efficacy and safety studies, which have a different design and a different objective, of course. We had projects in UNEDA, so there is a lot on the table. I think it's the right point in time to put it all together, and this is a good starting point. Thank you very much.
So that's what we really want to try and do, is put it all together. But Antje, I think you wanted to react a little earlier and I stopped you.
Yes, no, it was just a question to Peter, because you said so what kind of data are available will dictate the research question. And I think we should be more transparent about our research question, that everyone can change the mindset. It was just what saying before, that also industry or also institutions and academia can just also changing maybe their data collection to the questions institutions have.
So you would turn it the other way around?
Yes.
Peter.
Yeah, well, I think I agree. Maybe just to reiterate my point wasn't that the data should dictate the research question, but that understanding the characteristics of the data will dictate what research questions can be addressed by that particular data set. So it's a nuance different. I think your vision is a slightly longer, my vision is very much about today. What can we do today based on healthcare data that's available today? And that's why I think it's critical to characterize what we have today. Yours, I think, Antje, is a longer term vision, and genuinely a vision. Let's work collaboratively to drive up the completeness and the quality of routinely collected data. And I wholeheartedly agree with you, but that's a vision that will deliver for research tomorrow rather than today.
Thank you, and thank you for that distinction between maybe the immediate, what do we do? We have data, how do we use it, vis-a-vis what's the question and what data do we need in order to answer that question? Mark, coming back to you, your reaction to the challenges as have been identified by our panel. You enumerated at the beginning those recommendations that you have made. What for you is the most important of those challenges?
I think the challenges are double. One is the information highway and speed and easiness in which data are collected. I heard it also, what is feasible today, but I think from Peter Arlett, but I think we also have to think what is feasible tomorrow in terms of technology and information and data gathering. That's one point. And the second point, it's also a need to talk about a governance structure, how to deal with that, how to formulate these research questions. I heard Antje Bering as well on that. This is important if you have a fantastic information highway, but you don't know what answer should come out of it. You should also start, and that's my second point here, that we also should have a governance structure that formulates the research question, and in kind of discussion in trust with all kind of stakeholders. And I agree with one reaction from the audience that the patients have their place in it, also in putting all these structures together and having their say in it. So I appreciate the reaction from the audience on that. Yes.
So this comment about patients not just as subjects, but as stakeholders in their own right. Thank you very much for that. Okay, you talked there about the governance structure, so let's cut to the chase. And this key question of the idea of creating a multi-stakeholder EU learning network. To do this, we heard in the first session about the importance of early dialogue. We heard about the importance of continuous dialogue. We've talked less about the importance of cross-border dialogue, although Peter pointed to it very firmly when he was talking about his Europe-wide network on real-world data, talked about, we need something we can access and analyze Europe-wide. How important, before we come to the network specifically, is this Europe-wide approach and collaborating across borders? Lisa Maria, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is really a key question. And the question is basically whether we want to use primary data cross-border, or whether we would more concentrate on how to make it possible to use the data that's there already for secondary purposes in the cross-border exchange of information. So for us, this is a very important question because we have separate legislations for those two kinds of data utilization, be it primary or secondary utilization of the data. And that's why I think it's a very important question to define what is the European health data space really for? Is it for the use of primary, the common use of primary data, or whether it aims at making it possible to derive data from separate sources in member states for a common secondary utilization purpose? And how do you do that technically? How do you do that legally? What are the what do you need to make that possible, make that happen? That also goes back to the issue whether we need separate data collection for the definition of value, or whether we can derive determinants of value, and whose value is that to begin with, from the data that's already routinely being collected in healthcare. Thank you.
Other comments to this point?
Yeah,
sorry, who wants to come in? Yeah, Alexander, please.
No, go ahead. I mean.
No, Alexander first.
Okay. No, just to reiterate that I also think it's critical to have both a multi-stakeholder approach, but also a cross-border approach. I mean, we have something which has indeed been very successful in rare diseases have been the ERNs, which have been initiated with the Cross-Border Healthcare Directive. I think that's a start of research in a way, you could say, or at least it's in the starting phase. We also have joint scientific advice when it comes to regulatory procedures. We have one marketing authorization in the EU for centrally approved medicines. And we have UNETA, where there is a forum, and we have a couple of other discussion points. And I think we just shouldn't stop at the time of marketing authorization. We need to continue that discussion, because at the end of the day, we're talking about one product and various patients in all over Europe. If we work in silos, we will have an issue with patient access at the end of the day. And I think at the end of the day, it's also very hard to do that for industry, to have 27 different registries or real-world evidence processes in place. I think that's critical. But equally, I think it's very critical, and that has been mentioned, that we have a collaborative and multi-stakeholder approach where patients are on the table to discuss their needs, where we have the ERNs, and that the ERNs have been involved, but also to have industry and academics on the table, because it needs to be discussed what's feasible in a given time frame. I think that's also important. And I think that was highlighted a little bit in the discussion between EMA and GBA. I think it's a bit of both. I think we need to look at what do we have on the table today and what type of answers can we give from the basis of this data set, but also what is to be answered for the future. I think it needs to be both. And I think all stakeholders need to be on the table too.
And you do the two in tandem, not sequentially for you. We do the two things simultaneously.
Could be simultaneously,
yeah.
Indeed, absolutely.
Yeah. Antje, did you want to come in here?
Yes, sure. I fully support that we have to think globally, because especially rare diseases, no country has enough patients to include or to collect this data for a rare disease to have enough outcome. And still, sometimes I think everyone is still thinking of inside their own processes. What data do I need? But maybe we should be more together. So what makes it unhappy? And we can collect these. It's a very difficult discussion, method-wise, and also from what kind of data we need, and even inside one country we have this discussion. But we should not be shy and dare to trust each other that we all want to have one goal. So I completely support one public portal where also every new registry should get support, even ethical questions, legal questions, questions regarding IT support or anything. So I think there is so much scattered information, and it's so difficult to set something up and to get the right people to ask to. And maybe you should think more about something like this, a centrally organized and coordinated registry platform.
And Peter, when we talk about this cross-border collaboration, I want to come back. You talked about the capability and capacity of different stakeholders and so on. And of course, different member states, we've talked already about interoperability and all those challenges, but different member states also different digital infrastructures, different capacities in this area. What do you see that as a major challenge in order to really collaborate effectively cross borders? And if it is, what do we do to achieve it? And then I want to come on to the idea of this network, the learning network. But a thought on that, if you would, Peter.
Okay, so what are the ingredients for success? And I'm thinking on my feet here. We need people with knowledge and experience. We need technology to link people and be able to analyze data. We need good governance in order to so that people are secure, that data will be dealt with securely and ethically. And I think we need funding. If we have those four ingredients, things will be successful. I don't see technology differences and the need to have everything harmonized as a prerequisite, because actually if we make a prerequisite, we'll still be talking about this theoretically in 10 years' time. We need to find ways of enabling collaboration, and there are methodological approaches, both technological and in terms of study design, where you can embrace data sets that are in different formats and so on. So for example, a debate you'll often hear the methodologists talking about is, do we use a common data model where all data is converted into a common data structure, if you like, using the same terminologies? That's a big upfront investment, but then allows you to do lots of rapid analyses. Or do we use a common protocol approach where you send a very detailed protocol to different data holders around Europe, they run the analyses, and then you essentially meta-analyze the results? Both are legitimate, and I think in Europe, with all its diversity, we have to embrace a hybrid model where we find the right methodology, the right data set, the right collaborators to answer specific research questions and use cases.
Thank you. Mark, if I could come to you now on the question of the learning network and link it to something Peter said in answer to my first question when he was talking about Darwin, this Europe-wide network on real-world data, and suggesting we could have the two platforms can work very well in tandem, and we need to do both. For you, how do you see the learning network that has been proposed by the Real World Evidence for Decisions initiative? How do you see its role in meeting all these challenges we've been talking about, and that synergy, if you like, with other initiatives? There's a lot of work being done in this area. How do we make sure we have alignment and joined up thinking between the different initiatives?
Well, I think indeed the learning network can have both of them, as Peter Allett explained, the uniform protocol to collect data nationally, but also to have a uniform portal where all the data from cross-border jurisdictions are connected. The learning network can have both of them, and I think that will be very informative to have both approaches. I repeat, a national protocol for data collection and or one uniform portal to put the data into. And so and this is a role in this network for the registry holders to bring their knowledge on technology, but also their knowledge on legal performances and what is legally possible. And if some decisions have to be taken on the legal aspects, I think the learning platform is the platform to provide that. Yes.
And what sort of support would you want to see from policymakers, both at national and at European level, if we are to get such a network up and running and make sure it's sustainable for the long term? Because it is, as we heard from our previous panel, it's all about continuous dialogue. So it needs to be sustainable. What do you need from them? Is it money? Is it just money? Or is it more than money?
It's more than money. I mean, it's also a political will to do that and to put all the people with voluntary who want to collaborate voluntarily around the table. And that's what I said before on the governance structure. That should be put into place to put all these people and structures together. And and I think that the whole discussion we heard in this panel about primary data or structured data, etc. This will come out when you put all the stakeholders around the table. I think the learning network will come out of this discussion of primary data or structured data. Yeah. Yeah.
When you talk about putting everyone around the table, question from the audience from Lucas de Breed from August Care, following challenges around private sector parties like Google gaining access to health data in the US, how can the European health data space, so this broader context we're having this conversation in, effectively enable the involvement of innovation private sector parties? So how do you get who needs to be around that table, and how do you make sure that it works and it works with the trust that's required? I throw that into the mix. But in terms of the role this network could play, a learning network, and then you may want to link it to Darwin, to Peter's network as well. But how do you see the role, the potential role of such a learning network? Lisa Maria.
Yes, I'm quite fascinated by the idea. And it just came to my mind when the private sector was mentioned here that we in Finland, since we established the new legislation for the secondary use of health and social data, combined with other registry data that we have in this country, so that portal is open, that the opportunity is open to everybody. Just to get the permission to work with the data in that secured environment. So it's open to authorities, academic investigators, companies, everybody. So that's at least something that the experience that we could share with others. There's one more question that came to my mind when I was listening to the discussion. Data doesn't come for free. So we have faced the question of how much does data cost? And it's a very difficult question. Thank you.
Do you have an answer to how, or at least an approach to answering that question? Is that something that a learning network like this needs to look at, do you think, just to follow up?
What is the value that is produced by the data, and who is going to make money with that? That's one of the really difficult questions that we have already started to discuss, but we don't have an answer yet.
Antje, your reaction maybe on that, but more broadly on the role of the proposed learning network and how it could help us to meet some of the challenges you've all been identifying.
He said a few thoughts, just listening to this discussion also. So the financial aspect was also one. I don't know what is the best way to finance this. Is the industry should pay for that, or is it also a public interest? And if we want to have a centralized platform and to have support for everyone who is collecting this data, we should think about who has which responsibility. But you were asking, so what we expect from policymakers.
Mm.
So if you ask, it's a very German perspective, but I would like to have a lower bureaucratic burden. So to use this data, and especially in Germany, industry is not allowed to have access to these data. So it's very interesting to hear that Finland made it available to industry, because I also think that industry is doing some research, but we have to think for what is it used. So this learning network, I would also expect from that we are very transparent what kind of data were successfully used for what kind of decisions made, or maybe also unsuccessful. So, and what was the need, why it was unsuccessful? So even if we say, well, this should have been done before, even if we learn this should be more making transparent to everybody, that we can be more clear about our needs and also what we expect from these data. So this would be a relearning from my side, if I look at it, okay, what was not successful maybe in other countries. Or maybe
Mark, I'll come back to Alexandra in a minute, but Mark, when in the recommendations, you call very much for this to be a publicly owned platform. You put a lot of store by that. Why is that, from your point of view, so important? And you also call for sustainable public financing, the two going hand in hand. Why that approach? And have you explored this question that Lisa Maria is raising about the cost of data and who should pay, and why is it so important for it to be publicly owned and publicly financed for you?
Well, for me, it's important because it serves the public health. And I gave the example of drug registries serving the purpose of one drug for one company during a certain number of years, let's say, put it quite bluntly now. But no, it serves the public interest. And so therefore, disease registries ought to be funded by public authorities. And that's the reason behind the plea. Of course, there needs to be a collaboration with pharmaceutical industry as a whole and companies in particular with products. And I agree with Antje Bering that needs to be developed very soon once we talk about the learning network, about this collaboration and the ownership of the data, because this is actually maybe not a taboo, but the thing not to go around, the ownership of the data, who has access, and this goes together with the question of funding. Yes.
Peter, how have you answered this question in relation to Darwin?
Well,
there we are.
Great question. Just, sometimes it takes you longer to find that button than you expect.
I know the feeling.
Just a couple of comments before I answer your direct question. Firstly, we are talking about a few different things here, and it's probably useful for the sake of clarity to be clear. So a lot of the time when people talk about real world evidence, they're talking about secondary use of data collected for some other purpose. And I just wanted to contrast that with Mark's vision, which was protocols and a portal for primary data collection, which is still real world, and that's in the context of registries. These are complementary, and I think registries are critical for new innovative therapies, particularly for rare diseases, whereas secondaries of healthcare data can be used in a much more wider array because the data are being collected anyway, it's cheaper, if you like. Whereas registry is more expensive because you're doing active data collection. So registry versus secondaries of healthcare data is the first distinction I wanted to make. The second was regarding networks. So there's the learning network, which is the central recommendation for real world evidence for decisions. And then there's the Darwin network, which is about data analysis. It's a platform to access and analyze data. They are highly complementary, but I've got a feeling that they're different things. And actually a multi-stakeholder learnings initiative could very well support, benefit, be a platform to discuss, a platform for accessing and analyzing data. Now, your specific question was on funding, and I'm going to be really cheeky and start by answering the question on the learning network. I think the learning network needs to define what its outputs are, because the outputs will dictate the costs, and then that will dictate the funding model. And I think networks, there are lots of different funding models in terms of subscription or whatever, or even services, spin-off services, etc., that could be explored. But the fundamental question is, what are the outputs of the network? Specifically for Darwin, the EMA and the European Regulatory Network has published a business case in January of this year, And we are proposing that the EMA fees regulation, so fees charged to the pharmaceutical industry, collected by the EMA to run European level medicines regulation, that there are changes to that fee regulation to gain income that can then support this real world evidence network, because we believe the benefits will be for patients first and foremost, but also for regulators, payers, HTA, and also the industry, because ultimately the benefit, early access for their medicines and safer and more effective use of those medicines on the market is a benefit to the industry as well. So we think EMA fees is critical. Last comment, any kind of network for accessing and analysing real world evidence has to be sustainable. We've had lots and lots of European project-based funding over the years, lots, and it's been fantastic. But then the funding runs out and the legacy is reduced. What we need, and that's why EMA fees is the proposal from EMA and the European Regulatory Network, is something that we can rely on long-term. Over.
Alexander, your reaction to all this discussion and your role as industry within the network and in supporting the network, how do you see this debate?
Let me, thank you very much, Jackie. Let me reflect on the last point, which was made by Peter. I think continuation is critical. We do want to start something which is sustainable. I think that's critical. I think, indeed, also the discussion, what we're having just now shows that we need to have a discussion about what are we talking about in greater detail. And from my perspective, a registry is very much to inform decision-making in HTA institutions, payers, in regulators, but also to inform patients about certain products. But I think that's at least a big part of the discussion. I think that we have such informed decisions to be made. That's my understanding for at least some of the registries. And I think it's important and critical that we're having that discussion. On the other hand, there are so many things to be discussed about methodology. How do we do the analytics, which is really more for the experts around this, which is not so much for a political discussion. But I think these discussions are critical and important that we have those type of discussions. And I think a network in that respect is the right thing to have. Of course, as I said before, and I think many speakers have been talking about, there is a need that it's indeed payer facilitated, payer-led, but also that it's inclusive towards patients, academics, and industry, because again, we need to see what's feasible. We need to be realistic. We don't want to engage in a purely political discussion, what's nice to have. I think we need to set clear goals, what can be done in a given time frame. And I think that can only be done if we have all stakeholders on the table. Once again, I think continuation is critical, and also a multi-stakeholder approach. And last but not least, in an ideal scenario, it should be widening up to a cross-border approach. I think only then the European funding would be there if we make it a cross-border approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One question which we've sort of touched on, but let me just read the question out from Volker Liebenberg from Illumnia. Precision diagnostics, especially for rare disease and pan-cancer testing, will generate increasing amount of data, which will change the balance between primary versus secondary use of data. How can this be funded and addressed from an HTA perspective? We have sort of touched on it, but I don't know if anybody wants to react any more on that issue. Otherwise, I wanted to come back to two questions, and one is this question of mindsets, and how, Antje, you said this in your opening remarks. You talked about changing the mindsets of doctors and HTAs on the use of real-world data. How do we achieve that mindset change from your perspective?
So what I think is that we finally have to make a transparent use out of real world data. So what my feeling is, or what maybe I'm not an expert on that, but I have the feeling that we did not really show what kind of data were used in our decision making. And from the GBA perspective, we only used once a registry for making a good decision on the benefit. And I think if this feeds the guidelines on decision-making process, I think everyone will see, okay, it's worth to use this data, but only just collecting data for a big thing, a haystack, as I said, without any using it really for the good purpose. And I think this should be the mindset, that there's a good contribution on that. A good contribution on collecting this data.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And Mark, I mean, part of this mindset change, presumably this is one of the things that the case study approach is designed to address, because by showing how real world evidence is used, has been used, and so on, you bring about mindset by showing it's been beneficial, that it can really make a difference. Is that part of how we change the mindsets?
I think so. I think it is by doing, by trying, and by learning from each other. I think these workshops in September were a proof of that, and it was actually pleasant to have that experience and to see how easily actually the evidence gaps came up, how easily one could give solutions and tackle issues on all these kind of real world data and on the quality of it. And so that was all kind of it came spontaneous from workshops and by doing it actually. That's yeah, sure.
So we keep reiterating the learning by doing at the heart of all of this. You showed in a session
Exactly.
that it could work. Any other thoughts on mindset before we try to draw some conclusions from this session? Anybody want to come in on that point? Yes, please, Lisa Maria.
I started thinking about that from the point of view of a clinician, because a practicing clinician that's with real world evidence every single day when he or she is meeting the patients. So I think that if you would, for example, make the question to these practicing clinicians, are the endpoints that we use in clinical studies, irrespective of what kind of studies we are talking about, are these endpoints really seen in your clinical practice? Do they matter? Do they matter to you? Do they matter to the patient? That would help us to facilitate the discussion with the clinical community of the use of real world evidence, if they really feel that that is of some use for their own practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Peter.
It's a very quick one. This one on mindset. I think fundamentally, decision makers, for very good reasons, are conservative in terms of change, because change needs to be driven by evidence. And what we're talking about here is the evidentiary value of real world evidence, and we can't just blindly accept it. Real world evidence is well established for safety, it's well established for disease epidemiology, it's less well established for efficacy effectiveness. And I think, going back to Antje's comments, transparency is critical. Transparency of data sets, transparency of methodologies used, and transparency of decisions taken by regulators, HTA, and by payers. And if we invest in that transparency of those three layers, I think we'll go a long way to starting to build up the evidence base for using real world evidence.
Thank you. We are almost out of time and I don't want to get back into it, but just to mention that there are a number of comments and discussions about this old question of who owns the data. The data is owned by the patients. Who pays them for their contributions? Patients are giving up data in order to have funded treatments, but do they get recompense and so on? Lots of debate about the ownership of data. So clearly an issue we don't have time to go into in any more detail today, but clearly a very big issue for many of our panel. But I started by asking you all about the challenge ahead. And now, in a very concrete way, want to look at where we go from here. Mark talked about the recommendations that have been developed. We also heard about some of them from Karen earlier. So for each of you, and it can be a priority for yourself as one of the key stakeholders who would be around this table in a learning network, or it can be for someone else. But for each of you, and I'll start with Alexander because I came to you last on the first question. If you had to identify one key next step, Alexander, to make progress, to build this type of learning network, which you've all agreed has value, has a role, we need to look at where and when it is most useful, but what for you is the key next step? Same question to you all, half a minute or so each.
Yes, good point. Thank you very much. I think it's key next step is also talking about objectives in this wider network. I think that's critical. As also this discussion has been showing, we need to define scope. I think that's critical. My understanding, I said it before, is very much about informing decision makers in HTA, payers, and also regulators to combine things, to really have a multi-stakeholder approach in terms also of to bring EMA in and also to bring payers and HTA in. I think that's critical. And really to talk about the objective. And then some other issues I'll tackle later on. I don't want to mention them here, but I think we need to talk about what actually do we want to do and ring fence it, because otherwise it's going in all directions. I think that would be my key next step.
Defining the scope will be absolutely central for you. Peter, your key next step.
My key next, well, firstly, I just want to say EMA is committed to real-world evidence as a complement to clinical trials, complement being the key word. EMA is committed to collaborate in a cross-border and multi-stakeholder environment. EMA will reach out in 2021 to payers and to HTA bodies and to industry in terms of moving this from a discussion into reality, things like metadata, data quality, building the network. And finally, EMA calls, and the European Regulatory Network call to the different stakeholder groups on discussing today for your support in delivering an EU-wide network to access and analyze real-world health data, what we call Darwin EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa Maria.
Thank you. I guess that speaking from the ministry, I would say that make sure that we have a common legal basis for sharing data within the EU, and that legal basis and our actions would be accepted by the public. It's the public's trust that we need and we need to depend on. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's one of the central challenges identified by the initiative, to remove the legal uncertainties, the question marks. Antje.
Yes, so for us would be, or for me would be, being clear with what we want and finding methods to develop robust and methodological approaches to address the biases and uncertainties. This would be the first thing.
Thank you very much. And Mark, of all the recommendations that you made, if you had to identify a key next step one, what would it be?
Well, it's a plea for transparency. Transparency on all levels, legal levels, clinical levels, whatever, but also on governance structure. And that's what would be my plea and my final plea, because otherwise we cannot talk about a long-term system.
And on that note, I'd like to thank you all very much. Just to mention, one of our audience, David Zwicker, has asked if there are minutes or recordings of the September workshops publicly available. Many of you may have that question, so let me give the answer from the Secretariat, which is that Mark's slides summarize those key takeaways there, if you like, the minutes of that meeting, and they will be made public. So you can access those again if you want to. So panel, the audience can't thank you, so let me do it on their behalf for a great discussion. We're going to come back on some of these issues in our final panel today, but for now, thank you so much for finding the time, and thank you for such an engaging and challenging conversation. We're going to take a 10-minute break, a 9-minute break. In fact, we've run over by a minute. Please stay logged on, don't go away. You'll see a holding slide appear in a moment. During the break, please do feel free to network or have a look at the exhibition booths that you find in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. If you click on the networking tab, you can either connect randomly with someone else who's clicked on the tab, or you can find someone on the participation list, the attendee list, click on their name and invite them for a video call. If you go into the exhibition tab, you will find different booths. Click on the one you want to visit. There are videos and presentations, information about the exhibitors, links to their websites and Twitter accounts, and again, chat areas. You only got 9 minutes to do that now, but just to rest assured, if you don't have time now and you'd rather make a cup of tea, then you will have another opportunity after the event finishes. But I'll see you back here at 4 o'clock sharp for our next session. So panel, thank you very much. See the rest of you in
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our third session of this afternoon. So in our opening session, we heard about the importance of the issue we are discussing and how timely it is, both in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and in the context of the plan for a European health data space, for the pharmaceutical strategy that's coming up. This is a moment of opportunity to really move forward on this agenda. We discussed some of the key challenges if we are to realize the full potential of real-world data and real-world evidence to help inform those very difficult decisions particularly on highly innovative technologies and in groundbreaking areas. The Commissioner Kyriakides, said in her video message, she talked about the potential of real-world data in cancer, she said, is immense. And Véronique Trillet-Lenoir, MEP, said in her opening remarks, it is crucial to better understand cancer mechanisms, determinants, predispositions. This is really, she said, a very good starting point to advance concretely on the European health data space. So it is appropriate that we turn now to cancer as a case study for the use of real-world evidence. We're going to have a presentation by Dr. Christine Chaumienne, who is Vice Chair of the Horizon Europe Mission Board for Cancer and a Professor of Cellular Biology at Paris Diderot University. And she's going to talk about real-world evidence and the mission to conquer cancer. And then after that, we have a number of speakers. I will introduce them after Christine has spoken, who are going to make short comments on this issue. We won't have time in this session for questions from you, but we will, I hope, in our last session. But let's dive straight in and get straight underway. Christine, great to have you with us. Thank you so much for being with us today. And over to you. And I believe you have some slides, so we'll get those up for you.
Thank you, Jackie. Hello, everyone. And yes, it's been a very important afternoon listening to everybody and bringing tons of ideas and challenges and solutions of how we can exchange in the real world data leading to real world evidence. And thank you for giving the opportunity for me and for my colleagues in the panel to take cancer as an example. Next slide. So yes, Horizon Europe has set 5 missions to be able to train us of a new way to program research and innovation. Next slide. And the mission-oriented approach lent, in fact, on the one report which was done in the interim analysis of Horizon 2020, and 2 documents which were provided by Professor Mariana Mazzucato, which you can of course, consult. And the summary here is highlighted by missions provide a solution, an opportunity and an approach to address the numerous challenges that people face in their daily lives. And of course, cancer is one of them. Next slide. The goals of missions is to give direction to European research and innovation in solving society's present challenges and to produce tangible results. It is needed to involve citizens and stakeholders more closely in setting research priorities, but not only, which will lead to equal access for everyone in Europe for the best of European innovation, research, resources, and global know-how. So we already have, let's say, an approach that was questioned in the previous panels of the involvement of citizens and, of course, for cancer of patients. Next slide. So the Mission Board on Cancer, with multiple stakeholders, decided that conquering cancer was a mission possible. We set out the target is that by 2030, more than 3 million lives saved, living longer and better. We have 5 intervention areas, which are represented here. First, by 3 pillars: prevent, optimize diagnostic and treatment, support quality of life, and 2 little levels. One is understand, which feeds into the 3 pillars. And of course, all this reaches up to ensure equitable access to everyone. Next slide, please. Thank you. These 5 intervention areas will be able to be implemented by 3 citizen and patient-centered recommendations for bold actions, which are represented here. It is important for us not to forget what has already been done both at the EU and national and regional level, and also that we will be working with the European Beating Cancer Plan, which was initiated early last year. Next slide, sorry. So the work of the mission board is to advise the European Commission on missions actions. These missions actions have to be cross-sector and cross-border, a term that we have already heard in the previous panel. We need to consult with citizens, patients and carers, member states authorities, EU and national stakeholders, the different directorate generals of the European Commission, the members of the European Parliament, and as you've heard, we do talk to a lot of the members of the European Parliament, and Véronique Trillet-Lenoir, which you have heard, has really been a strong person and advocate. And of course, as I said, to lean and to work together with the European Beating Cancer Plan. Now, next slide, we're coming to what is important for you is the citizens' engagement and the board members' ambassadors' activities, which I will lean on as example for the recommendation that I will describe to you, as the recommendations, in fact, have been discussed and implemented with citizens in their national language, but also with ministries of research and health, different stakeholders, and of course, we've taken into account a lot of written published inputs from a wide range of stakeholders. Next slide. So out of the 13 recommendations, there is one which is dedicated to create a European Cancer Patient Digital Center where cancer patients and survivors can deposit and share their data for personalized care. So this is an example of one way to collect data. The first goal is for people living with and after cancer and their carers to provide them a health passport where they will have their health data, which will be provided by their medical care providers, whether it's a result, imaging, genetics, blood markers, or a summary of their clinical course. It has to be in a standardized, ethical, and interoperable manner, terms that we have already heard today. We need to provide a personalized center of knowledge also, which will include information for the patient on treatments and follow-up recommendations, and to foster a long-term personalized care plan. So the, let's say, innovative approach of this recommendation is to start off first by collecting data for the only patient use. The second goal is for research and innovation. The data that will be collected from each patient will serve as a valuable resource for research to improve understanding of cancer and its impact on patients and survivors' lives, thus contributing to the development of improved diagnostics, treatment care, and quality of life support, which leans into multiple other recommendations of the mission board. The overall aim, you will have understood, is to give a voice to patients and survivors, enable them to enforce their rights and increase their confidence in sharing their data for cancer research, innovation, and policy development. Next slide. So you see here the title of the 13 recommendations for bold actions. And I really suggest, if you haven't done it yet, to consult the document which is available on the EU platform and to read the description that goes into these recommendations. And so if Romain, I think, can click multiple times, all the time, go right up to the end, you can see that in all these recommendations, the word data is important. Data which comes, as you have already heard, from all the research and the samples and the genetic analyses, data that comes from the radiomics, the imaging, data which is collected for the risk factors, but data which is already collected for the needs that patients have for their quality of life. We also have terminology which links research, because we do have to lean into the mathematical world, into intelligence, artificial intelligence, in all the multiple tools that will allow us to take strong benefit of the data, whether it comes from the patient's own cursors and data, or all the data that I have shown here that we need to lean on and that we need to share. Next slide. So as I've told you, we consulted citizens and patients during multiple meetings that we had, of course, virtually in the last month, and they were able to give their input on what they thought of this recommendation and of collecting data as a whole. So they have a strong support for a European Cancer Patient Data Center, support for a health passport that not only contains relevant information on patients' clinical history and received treatment, but that makes also use as an educational tool. It was highlighted that for senior patients, such a passport might be difficult to use, and also concerns were raised about the security of such a database that, of course, we will need to be able to respond to. A health passport with all relevant patient information was very much appreciated, but it seemed not to be sufficient to improve shared decision-making. Patients should also have access easily to their own health data to strengthen the position of patients in shared decision-making. And finally, the last input we collected on this topic was there was a strong support for more personalized prevention based on assessment of individual risk based on big data. So overall, these inputs from citizens and patients comforted us that we were in the right direction, but also highlighted the difficulties that we, of course, had foreseen, that we'll need to have patients working with us to be able to have a strong tool. Finally, I think it's my last slide. So to summarize, to fulfill our goal of conquering cancer in this topic, we believe that it's necessary to use all data available from every stakeholder, including patients and citizens. And the recommendation that we have highlighted here today is the including patients and citizens part. But we must not forget, what we have discussed also, is all the rest of the available data that is out there. However, to go from data to evidence, and I think it was very well said by Véronique Trier-Leloir in her introduction, it's important that all stakeholders define the level of evidence they need to make a decision. Of course, there's tons of data out there, but we already highlighted the fact that some of these data will be used for different types of answers and objectives for different stakeholders, HTA, and therefore the level of evidence needs to be strong and defined by these stakeholders. Patient citizens should participate with their data and decision-making to answer their needs, their objectives, and finally, we've said it already also, equity requires cross-border and cross-member state collaboration. And I think it's my last slide, and I thank you for your attention, and I hope we can have a very strong interaction.
Thank you very much indeed, Christine, and thank you. So giving patients and survivors a voice, this is something that came up in all our previous panels, so very helpful there to see outlining some of the key ways in which that can and must be done in relation to cancer, really charting what the key challenges are and the key principles that need to underpin making that work. So thank you so much for that. Joining us to discuss this are Dr. Anja Tebinka-Olbrich, who is head of the AMNOG Drug Pricing Unit at the German National Association of Statutory Health Insurance Funds, known as GKV Spitzenverband, Dr. Tit Albrecht, who is Vice President and Head of the Center for Healthcare at the National Institute of Public Health in Slovenia, and Slovenia, of course, moving into the EU presidency hot seat this time next year. We also have with us Dr. Tomasz Skarcel, who is Head of Medical Affairs Oncology Europe and Canada at AstraZeneca, Robert Green, patient advocate, founder of Hunger Need First Foundation, an advisory board member for the European Patients Forum's Data Saves Lives initiative, and a board member of the European Cancer Patient Coalition, and Dr. Denis Lacombe, executive director at the European Organization for the Research and Treatment of Cancer and co-chair of the European Cancer Organization's Health Systems and Treatment Optimization Network. Very warm welcome to you all. I've asked you just to, in about 3 minutes each, if you could react to what Christine has said and your thoughts on what we need to do in this absolutely crucial area. So, Dr. Olbrich, if I could turn to you first, if you are, there we are. Yes,
Yeah,
Dr. Olbrich, please.
Yeah, thank you for your invitation to this conference. And I was lucky to follow the sessions up to now. And I think utilization of real-world evidence is very much in the focus of this conference. And we are dealing with questions how to activate these data to find answers about the real value of the new drugs. Or to use them to facilitate research as well. So I would like to broaden the view a little bit. Maybe it's a little bit special because I have the perspective from the German statutory health insurance, and it would also address some worries, maybe. These new accelerated pathways to an EMA marketing authorization ensure faster market access. And in particular, in Germany, we have an immediate and a complete reimbursement of all these new drugs. So this poses challenges for the HTA assessment as well as to the pricing, and also in particular in oncology. These kinds of approvals are based on uncertain and incomplete evidence and lead 4 times more often to unclear HTA assessments in Germany. So, what refers to the pricing, the asking price at the time of market entry increase annually by plus 30,000 euro per patient. And so we must therefore work on setting the right incentives for the companies, I would say. So making reimbursement conditional on evidence, or the other way around, on uncertainty. So meaning that data uncertainty should become a profit factor for the companies. This is, at least for my opinion, the only way to restore that the burden of proof for their products' benefits lies within the companies, not with the payers or the HTA institutes.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure Tomasz will want to react on that a little bit later on. But Dr. Tit Olbrecht from the National Institute for Public Health in Slovenia, your thoughts in terms of the importance of real-world evidence when it comes to cancer and the challenges we face?
Yes, thank you very much, Jackie. I think that I will pick out from Christine's presentation one topic in particular, and that is quality of life. Quality of life of patients is actually, you could say, the ultimate objective. And this objective requires, of course, various types of evidence and various types of data. In spite of us all being flooded by quantitative data recently because of COVID, I would stress the importance of qualitative data, such as the surveys and also data on socioeconomic status, like keeping employment and so on, because these issues related to survivorship, they go one step beyond what Dr. Olbrecht was saying. One is, of course, the evidence why we should pay so much money for drugs. Then we have to know what kind of quality we have provided with this investment. And this is not only binary, it's not only plus minus, it's not survival or not survival, but what kind of survival? Do we remain productive in our lives regardless of age? Of course, I'm not referring only to active populations. And of course, I think that we should now, I think we all remember just a few years ago, we had a big challenge when the politicians were unfavorable to data linkages, to data. They were strengthening data protection, and we were trying to loosen that. Now, I think we are almost in an opposite position. We have the demand, we have the pressure, more data, more up-to-date, more live data, more real-world evidence. And I think we need to use this to the common benefit, to the common good. And I think this is an opportunity for decision makers, for researchers, and also for public health. And I think that this actually best enables bringing patients back into the focus via health passport via survivorship passport, which was also one thing that we proposed. And I think that the combination of these data will help us make sounder decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Tomasz Kausel, from your perspective, the key challenge, if we are to realize the potential, like as Christine said, you know, we must use all the data available from every stakeholder. And when it comes to going from data to evidence, she reiterated something we'd also heard in our previous panels about defining what evidence is needed to make those decisions. How do you see the role of real world evidence in particularly in relation to cancer? What's the challenge from your perspective?
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity for speaking at this panel. I think I would start with the objective, which I believe we all have, and this is getting the right treatment to right patient at the right time, and doing so, as discussed a couple of times, increasing overall survival for the patients. I think this is all what this is the goal we are all aiming for. But to reach that objective, I think we know at this time that our sole reliance on randomized controlled clinical trials as the main source of data generation for the new medicine is not longer sustainable. We at the pharmaceutical industry spend about $50 billion every year in cancer research and development. When you look back with this investment, the number of active compounds in oncology R&D has quadrupled since 1996, nearly doubled since 2008 alone. However, our research efforts remain still ineffective across the board because the chance of success in progressing these drugs past phase 1 trials to approval is as low as 3%. So these inefficiencies have become inevitable in every facet of trial design, including recruitment. And among patients considered currently for randomized clinical trials, nearly half will not have a trial available for their cancer histology or stage. And even if one is available, many will not pass stringent eligibility and safety requirements of those studies. And this will result again in very few patients, about 5%, who actually will be enrolled in clinical trials. This means that the randomized clinical trials are not able to provide data which will be broadly representative of all cancer patient population. And the health authorities, the good news is that the health authorities are increasingly recognizing this issue and are becoming more accepting the use of real-world evidence to support novel trial designs. When we look at the regulatory authorities today, the FDA actually accepts real-world evidence to support label updates and expansions, as well as accelerated approvals or as external control arms for single-arm studies. Looking to the future, I think what we need is to work more closely and at early stage of drug development with regulatory bodies, with academic institutions to determine the right trial designs for unique cancer patient population. And I'm really pleased to see the progress in Europe, where I work and live, where EMEA intends to develop guidance on the use of real-world evidence through different phases of drug development as parts of the regulatory science strategies to 2025. And I think it was mentioned a few times as well during this discussion. The success of real-world evidence will be driven by collaboration across this ecosystem. And again, I'd like to reinforce this message because it came a couple of times in the past session as well. And we need to include patient organization, which also have a strong say in this process. And there are multiple good examples, and I will mention the IMEA.
Tomasz, I'm going to have to ask you to be very brief now, sorry.
Yeah, and then my last point is about the pricing and reimbursement, which was mentioned. And I think it's a crucial last step where real-world evidence acceptance will be critical to support patient access. Demonstrating the value in a real-life setting will allow our outcomes-based schemes to other innovative access solutions to address clinical uncertainties and better understand resources allocation and potential cost savings.
Thank you very much. So that relationship between, as you say, getting the trial design right, so getting the clinical trials right, and then looking at those areas where the randomized clinical trial can't give you all the answers that you need, and getting that balance. It was talked about earlier on, pinpointing some very crucial things there. Robert, we have heard time and again about the importance of patients at the center of all of this, and Christine said, she was talking particularly about her Cancer Patient Digital Center, the proposal that they have come up with, giving patients and survivors a voice, and everyone, and we've had questions from the floor about the voice of the patients, and is it heard enough? What is their role in this multi-stakeholder world? How do you see it from the perspective of as a patient advocate?
Well, thank you, Christine. We're talking about patients, and what we're all doing is to better improve the quality of life of patients, if it's cure as the main goal. But for me as a patient and ex-patient, my number one priority is quality of life, either maintaining quality of life or how I can improve my quality of life. So the role of the patient is defined in the way that it needs to be active in every stage. The patient should be active in every stage of every process that we're planning on implementing. We cannot do anything to better the lives for patients and regarding cancer patients if we do not include the cancer patient and know what the cancer patient really wants. So when it comes also to data, I just want to highlight also the fact that we need to involve not only patients, but also citizens, considering the fact that almost, unfortunately, every one of us in our lifetime will be confronted in one way or the other with cancer. I think that it is very important also to involve citizens so that we can stimulate more discussions on the importance of health data and on all levels in society.
So an interesting point there. We tend to focus on involving the patient or the survivor, but as you say, that broader conversation. So when we talk about learning networks and who needs to be round the table to address this, that broader societal debate for you also very central. Denis, complete the picture for me in terms of how you see the role of real world evidence in this area, this relationship between, I know you are involved in running clinical trials and so on, how you see the relationship between the two things as touched on by Tomasz earlier. Your thoughts? Your microphone, you need to turn your mic back on, sorry.
Sorry.
There we go.
Sorry for that. So thank you for the opportunity. And indeed, so at the ORTC, we have two types of initiative. We have our prospective clinical trials, but we have also registries in real life. So we are learning from both routes. Don't get me wrong. And we are learning a lot from our real world data collections, mostly on diagnostics, in improving, for instance, how we do imaging or understanding long-term surveillance and so on. And so far in the conference, there is only one speaker who has approached the issue of what are we doing with the data, what for? And this is Peter Harlett, who highlighted that the challenges are different whether you are collecting data for diagnostic, surveillance, or treatment decisions. And I think as long as we don't dichotomize that, we are not going to make any progress because the challenges are very different. And I will give you a very simple example, for instance, and also the fact that we speak too much about drug development, drug by drug. For instance, when I talk with the pathologist, and we had a recent discussion in a specific class of agent, today you have several drugs in the same class of agent, several different biomarker and assays. So you have the same assay so you have different assay for the same biomarker. So drugs come with their own companion diagnostics. You have also, for instance, in the laboratory outside in the institution, laboratory developed tests. So we see actually that there is a huge variability out there. And that when this variability is so present, it's extremely difficult to rely on real world data. And for instance, we have patients where the positivity to the biomarker varies from 40 to 80%, depending on the companion diagnostics that you are using or the assay you are using. So that's the huge variability that we have out there. So the message of caution is, yes, real world data, but we need to understand what for and what we have to do to understand this data. And in terms of complementarity, the comment of of Dr. Scassel. Of course, I cannot agree with that because for me, it's a very limited perception of the definition of what a randomized clinical trial is. The definition that has been used is the regulatory randomized clinical trial with very, very strict eligibility criteria. You can do extremely pragmatic trials with very limited eligibility criteria. The problem is not randomization. The problem is the selection that you put in your protocol to access to the patient. And if you have a very, very wide eligibility criteria, you can bring the robustness of the methodology into the healthcare system. And that's what we are calling pragmatic trial, optimization trial, where you can address questions like, for instance, what we call treatment optimization, de-escalation, combination, and so on. So I think it's very important not to mix everything in one bag.
Thank you very much. We don't have a lot of time in this session, but thank you for your great thoughts. I just wanted to ask each of you, and Christine, perhaps I could come back to you first, and then I'll come back to Denis and go backwards to the way I asked the first question. But Christine, from your perspective, and as the mission begins to work, what do you see as the most important challenge among the issues that you mentioned and the strategies that you've outlined? What for you is the biggest challenge that we're going to face in order to make sure that we do use all the data that is available from all the stakeholders in the right way? What's the biggest challenge, and what for you is a key next step, a priority to really move this forward? Same question to you all. Your mic is off, Christine. Hang on. There we go.
Yes, I think for the moment, at least for the mission board, because it is our main focus, is the challenge is at each member state level. It's not so much in our networks, it's not so much in our Brussels meetings or here, it's how to get it moving at each national level. So if I take the example of what we call the health passport, which is also linked to a survivorship passport, if we take the survivors afterwards, it has to be addressed and functional in all languages at all member states level. The data for the moment to be collected is for the patient first, and the patient must understand it. After that, I think our intelligence and our artificial intelligence also can translate and make use of data which is in different languages, but it has to be done first in all national member states.
That would be your key challenge, but also your key next step. We need to focus on that first, and then the rest will follow. Thank you. Denis, from your perspective, the most important challenge, and for you, and you said real world evidence, yes, but what for? So presumably for you, the challenge is the defining the what for. And a key next step if we're to get that answer right. Mike, if you can put your mic back on.
Sorry again. So for me, the key next step indeed is access to data and which type of data. So I think today it's extremely challenging to access to the data. So as long as we don't solve that, we are not going to make very much progress. But then when we have the data, we have really to hold our promises and what we can really deliver. So for me, what is very important and what we are lacking today is actually it's solutions which are heterogeneity tolerant, because the real world will remain heterogeneous. So we need research on methodologies, how we are going to approach these very important data sets, and what type of certainty we are going to bring to patients into the community. And to be honest, I am very sympathetic to Anja with her opening remarks, because I would not like to be in her shoe, because for them it's extremely complex. And in the field with the doctor, we have exactly the same problems that they meet, is we don't have the data sets to appropriately treat the patient with innovation and how to use innovation. So I think we have to provide these data sets, and we need the methodology. It can be randomized clinical trial, it can be something else. The question drives the methodology.
Thank you very much. Robert, as a patient advocate, and you talk about we need to know what patients want, and we need to involve citizens who may become patients or care for patients or whatever it might be. For you, the key next step, if we are to really achieve that and put the patient at the center of this, as Christine outlined, is so important at the beginning?
Yes, Jackie. Well, I would then use the DataSaves Lives multi-stakeholder initiative as an example. One of the things, a priority is to be able to inform patients, carers, and citizens about health data sharing. I think this will then help us and help patients, the carers, and the citizens to trust what's been done with their data, what will be done with their data. Also, it would also help for more effective research and improves healthcare and better outcomes. That is a priority. If I could just briefly also say another thing that is a challenge, at least in my perspective, is how do you give patients control of their data? How do you give them the authority so that they can decide as well who will use their data, who will see their data, etc. So those are two aspects that I think definitely needs much attention.
Thank you very much indeed. Tomasz, from an industry perspective, the biggest challenge and your key priority.
Right. I think we haven't agreed with Dr. Lacombe on the role of randomized clinical trials, but I will say I 100% agree with the priority which Dr. Lacombe mentioned, and I have the same. Make the data more readily available and fit for purpose. I think today the data are really locked away in silos, often inaccessible. Regardless, research, academia, industry, we need to change that. And for me, thinking about the true value of the accessibility of the data, I'm thinking about the scientific data sharing needs to be fair. And fair means findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And I will close saying that what do we need to do? We need to do it in a collaborative way, pooling the expertise from the academia, from EORTC, from payers, from academia, from industry, but importantly, having a patient-centric approach.
And that brings us back, and we'll discuss it again in our next session, to the Learning Network and how to bring and provide a platform for this continuous dialogue between all of those stakeholders you mentioned. Tid, for you, the key challenge and the key priority. Your mic is off. There we go.
Yes, I fully, I would like to endorse two previous statements and thus shorten also my summary. I fully agree with Robert that, of course, we need to involve citizens. I think that one of the things that we saw also in the COVID crisis, and also with the ambition to prevent cancer and to face cancer as a problem, we need also to know the expectations and the needs that currently healthy people have and their perspective. Secondly, I would insist on the triangulation of different sources of data, also real world live data, in a way that enable also multi-stakeholder and multi-decision maker decisions. And finally, I think we need to be aware of the fact, of course, a lot of people who are present here in this panel are involved in treatment issues, but cancer trajectory is much longer than that. We have from prevention, screening, on to follow-up and so on. So we need to support all these levels. And I think that this will be convincing decision makers for the need to support data processing, gathering, analysis throughout the process, throughout the trajectory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anya, you have the last word.
Thank you. I try to keep it short. So from my perspective, first of all, we have to find the right objectives. So if we activate these real-world evidence, the question is, what is this good for? So are we addressing public health issues? So, or is it more part of a business model to help industry to develop new products? And then the next steps, I think, if it comes to how to activate this real-world evidence, is you have to overcome data disparities. So you have to standardize data, you have to arrive at compatibility disease registries where it's mandatory for a doctor and the patient to participate. So these registries are complete to use them. And then, of course, you have to solve questions of data privacy protection that might be a hurdle for collaboration and further development.
And on that note, I wish we had lots more time, but this afternoon is a bit of a whistle-stop tour through, but absolutely crucial that we have focused on this central issue of cancer, the cancer mission, the EU's Beating Cancer Plan, because there's very much evidence of where real-world evidence, real-world data can make such a difference used in that balanced way that we've talked about. So the audience can't thank you. Let me thank you on their behalf, panel. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being with us. Particularly thank you to Christine for your presentation at the beginning. Thank you so much. And we're now going to move on to our final panel of the day. And so throughout the afternoon, I have been asking our panels to identify the challenges as they see them if we are to realize the full potential of real-world evidence for health innovation, for these highly innovative technologies in areas like oncology, in areas like rare diseases. And I've been asking them for their priorities for action. Where do we go from here? And in this last session, we want to focus on evidentiary challenges for highly innovative technologies, the way forward to improve shared learning on real-world evidence for decision makings. We're going to hear, I think, a little bit more about this recommendation, this call to create a learning network, a sustainable learning network, so that we have a healthcare system that really is learning by doing in order to deliver better outcomes for patients and seize the opportunities opened up by these highly innovative technologies. So what we're going to do in this session, we're going to have a short presentation as we have in our last sessions, just to set the context for our conversation. And then I will introduce our panel for our final conversation as we really seek to chart the way forward. And I am particularly delighted to welcome Jo de Kock, CEO of the Belgian National Institute for Health and Disability Insurance, Inami Rizib, the thought leader behind the Real World Evidence for Decisions initiative. Jo, we've been hearing a lot about how important it is to improve shared learning on how real world evidence can support decision making. Can you tell us how you and the others who worked on the initiative see the way forward? Jo, your mic is
yes, muted. Yes. I'm. Thanks a lot for unmute myself. Okay, there we are. Okay, let's start by saying why we launched this initiative. I think it's important to see the context. And context, I think, in a few words, is based on some evaluations we made as policymaker and as decision maker in the field of pharmaceutical policy. The first element was we are confronted more and more with uncertainties for taking decisions at market launch. It's one element. I cannot elaborate on the reason, therefore, we have no time for, but everybody is joining this webinar is knowing what I mean is a question of fast access, not always clinical trials possible, a lot of cancer medication for some pathologies, more and more orphan diseases. On the other hand, policymakers are confronted with a questioning of population about accountability and oriented to outcomes. Are we paying value for money? And there are gaps between promises on the one side and clinical benefits on the other one. And the question is, how can we narrow these gaps? And our hypothesis was, is real-world data a possibility to improve our decision-making, and can it play a role, and which role it can play? And therefore, I think, drawing this background, I think we are for the moment and a momentum. We have heard the European Commissioner, we have heard the Cancer Board, we have heard members of the European Parliament. And I think as we see, and someone has already mapped the lot of initiatives which are going on about the use of real world data for pharmaceutical policy. And when you are mapping all these initiatives, you come to 200 initiatives. A lot of them are also supported by the European Commission. And therefore, as a global context, I think, and when I heard what was said during the seminar, I think it's important to take this initiative in a framework of a broader policy approach, and what we have called a European real world or real data evidence action plan. And I think it's important to try to develop such an action plan which could respond together with member states, let's be clear, answers to for ensuring development of frameworks for cross-country collaboration on studies and analyses, to support infrastructure for sharing of evidence generation plans and post-licensing evidence generation. Treatment optimization was mentioned. Ensuring data quality and accessibility, as well as data security and privacy, which are important elements, but also developing evidence standards and agreeing on common data sets. What's mentioned also in this webinar, promoting comprehensive and allied guidance across bodies, EMA, ISPOR, UNETA, and other bodies who are, and Darwin, which are trying to develop also policies on real world data action. Ensuring systematic patient involvement in order to capture real world experiences, or not real world evidence, but real world experience. It's what Tit Albrecht mentioned, the quality of life, for instance. We did also some analysis with patient groups, and one of these elements is coming out also the importance of quality of life, but also, and in a general way, promoting the use of digital data in healthcare. I'm not writing this real world data action plan, but I think we should support this as an idea in order to unlock also the data which are cached in some countries, which good governance is in others. We have heard our colleagues of Finland, in which a progressive policy was made, and other Scandinavian countries, also France, made a lot of initiatives on that way. They're saying that, of course, we are coming back to our initiative, which is the call for a learning network, a multi-stakeholder learning network. And I think this action plan I mentioned should integrate such a multi-stakeholder learning network designed for the support of member states to implement evidence-based decision-making where needed, based on interaction with the different partners involved. And you see these partners, they are different parties, payers, HTA bodies, patient representatives, researchers, clinicians, industry, and academics. I think a network should be based on voluntary cooperation, be based also on a public-led initiative based on sharing learning from other initiatives, sustainable through long-term funding, and based on a clear and yearly program which enables sharing and organizes dialogues between all the stakeholders involved. That's what this network could be. Why we do that? I think that's clear that, of course, taking into account the uncertainties which we are confronted with. I'm talking as from a payer side now, but we know that, of course, data all over the life cycle of pharmaceuticals play an important role, but they are different nevertheless. And I think we should also try in this learning network to address operational, technical, methodological gaps. Also, this were mentioned during this webinar. And I think that to harness the use of data and the evaluation of truly added value of pharmaceuticals, I think it's needed to have the real data sets. It's also important to support managed entry agreements and see what's happening in practice. Why are we supporting this learning network? Why it's distinctive? I think it's distinctive for Darwin because we are integrating multi-stakeholder approach. Nevertheless, I mentioned that Peter Arlett announced that also Darwin will outreach on a multi-stakeholder approach. But I think it's also a sustainable collaboration, trying to build skills also with the decision makers in the different member states, which is of course important, together with stakeholders and based on what we have said, the learning by doing approach. And I think what we have already learned is that this practical learnings on the potential use can create trust. It's, I think, also important to pool resources to do it across border, what you have mentioned already, Jackie, to see, okay, where's the cross-border dimension? And therefore, I think there could be interest in to launch such a program. I can also make a reference to other initiatives which were taken recently by member states and indirectly supported by international organizations, is the International Horizon Scanning Initiative, and which of course is having an alert mechanism which make clear that action should be taken in the beginning of the launching and preparing of the pipeline of products.
Joe, it needs to be very brief now so we can get into
yes,
discussion.
and what could be the next steps? This, I'm pleading for a global approach in which a learning network is a right place. And I think we will continue to organize this and the demonstration projects, and we would drive to forward this case studies we are already. And we are welcome, of course, all stakeholders to contribute to our case study workshops next year. And I mentioned already the Horizon Scanning Initiative. I think it's important also to make some bridges with initiatives on the European Commission side, also with EMA, but also the collaboration with ERNs, in which, of course, practical issues like registries and so on could be, of course, put more forward.
So perhaps we could come back and talk a little bit more about those key next steps towards the end. I just want to bring everybody in and get their reactions to your recommendations. Thank you so much for that. Very clear in terms of
it's
why
the passion was talking.
Absolutely wonderful, and very clear why you believe this network is so important, why it is distinctive and has a clear role. I want to just bring in the rest of our speakers to join this conversation. I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Claudia Furtado, who is head of the Health Technology Assessment, Prices and Reimbursement Division and Information and Strategic Planning Division at Infarmed, the Portuguese National Authority of Medicines and Health Products. And of course, Portugal, the next country in the EU presidency hot seat in a moment. Back with us from our first panel, Simone Boselli, Public Affairs Director at Eurordis, Rare Diseases Europe, Dr. Wim Guch, who is Special Advisor HTA at the National Healthcare Institute, ZIN. I won't attempt my Dutch accent, Wim. I'll stick with the English title for it, if I might. And Jakub Boradzinski, who is Acting Director, Digital Society, Trust and Cybersecurity in the Directorate General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology in the European Commission, better known to most of us in Brussels as DG Connect. And I should also mention Dr. Bruhl, who is in your program from the German Ministry. Unfortunately couldn't be with us at the last moment, but they have been very actively engaged with INAMI, with Joe, in discussing ways to move this issue forward. So great to have you all with us. Good to see you. Let's dive straight in. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, I will take some and try and weave them into our conversation as I've done in some of the previous panels. So please use the chat box. But Claudia, if I could come to you first. We heard there Joe calling very clearly, we need an action plan. And as part of that action plan, we need a multi-stakeholder learning network. Would you agree? How would you see the role of such a network? How can we make it really deliver in the way that all our previous panels have underlined is so important to realize the potential of real world evidence?
Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. I've been since the beginning. As Joe mentioned, we are faced today with more frequency with the decision to finance medicines that have a high potential innovation, high costs, and also high clinical uncertainty at the moment of our decision. So we have to change to a more continuous evaluation, both for the clinical and financing part. And with the COVID, we heard a lot of the rolling review. Both EMA, both EUNET made these reviews in continuum. And I think the future will also, we will also hear more from that term, rolling reviews. This continuous evaluation, I'm sure that they will be based on the real world evidence in order to evaluate if the expected outcomes that we were aimed at the beginning of the evaluation are achieved. At the moment, I'm sure that as in Portugal, we are collecting evidence on the CAR T cells, Zolgensma, immunotherapy, and more recently on remdesivir. And so probably we all face the same difficulties that we heard in these sessions, the implementing of registries, data quality issues, methods, and so on. So definitely, instead of this individual learning by each country, we should collaborate more on a shared learning process that we sometimes we have in individual initiatives like the EUNET or other entities, but we should make these several entities that have own initiatives to promote a more standardized work on real-world evidence. We should try to connect all these entities and make a more unique approach. I think this is possible, and Portugal will, of course, in the next term, promote those kind of initiatives and continue this process of giving more relevance to this more collaborative approach to real-world evidence.
Thank you very much. And Simone, you talked in our first session about this continuum of evidence generation, and you talked particularly about trust. You said trust in the process, trust in people, trust in outcomes. And I just wondered, from the perspective now, as we talk about this learning network, this action plan that Joe and the initiative have called for in this learning network, how do you see creating this learning network in a way that will deliver on that key issue of trust in developing this continuum of evidence generation, analysis, and so on? What's the key to you for this learning network to really work?
Yeah. Well, I think, first of all, thank you very much for reminding what I said 2 hours ago. I clearly didn't remember that. But definitely it was, I'm very pleased that Dr. Furtado mentioned this continuity of care, of data generation, which is extremely important particularly for rare diseases, but also, as we can see when Claudia mentioned remdesivir, in the rolling reviews, linking what the real world data are telling us with budgetary decision that affect the accessibility to patients of innovative but also existing treatments is of paramount importance. I think here, Claudia and we take the same view as at Eurordis. The clear level of engagement is a European level. This, particularly for rare diseases, this where the data start to make sense, particularly for the small population that we have. Obviously, not all the population are the same. Certain diseases are bigger than others. I think Claudia has mentioned the new treatment for SMA in particular. Here we have a population of about 300 patients in Europe with high cost, the potential quite high budget impact, particularly for smaller countries. Sorry if I pick on you, Claudia, like Portugal, where this is important. therefore lifting the overall multi-stakeholder learning network at European level is the right level. Now, what does it need to build on? It needs to build on the existing initiative. Joe mentioned a number of them, but I can mention another one, some others, such as Get Real, for instance, where others are involved, and a number of other initiatives also from the other side of the pond in terms of work on real-world evidence, particularly talking to each other, understanding what our aims are, including the patients in a meaningful way, structured way. I think is the key to have meaningful outcomes. We have the science, and I don't think anybody's denying that we don't have the science now to improve the life, particularly, and I'm sorry if I say so, for people living with rare diseases. Let's make the best out of the tools that we have, pull them together, and make results that are meaningful for patients.
Thank you very much. And of course, that being the key, all of this conversation is how to use this evidence to deliver those highly innovative technologies that make for better outcomes. Wim Gucht, from an HTA perspective, and listening to what Joe has said, and in terms of this action plan, and particularly the learning network, how do you see the role of such a network in helping HTAs to really make full use of real-world data, real-world evidence? And what are the challenges, do you think?
Thank you, Jackie. I think for me, it will be really important to actually improve the way on how we are using that evidence from clinical practice for decision making. I think we have a lot of discussion on getting the data, getting the registries. But for instance, we very recently did a study within one of the Horizon 2020 projects I'm involved, where we asked HTA organizations, what does an HTA assessment make it complex? So, and what we actually got back from more than 20 organizations around Europe said, well, we have a lot of uncertainty on the effectiveness and cost effectiveness of these new innovative therapies, like, for instance, orphan drugs at market launch, which is not unexpected. But if you then subsequently actually ask, well, what are the reasons for that uncertainty? They say, well, firstly, we don't have sufficient and high quality data at market launch, but also we do not have the right methods to actually handle more or less incomplete data. So I think that means that we need to find a kind of approach where on one hand, we try to remain critical at market launch and ask for better data and better studies. But also at the same moment, we need to realize that it's not always possible. So we have to actually put more efforts in methods that can provide at least the option to analyze less than ideal data in the best way. So that would mean that you actually are going to develop methods which sometimes allows for combinations of data, for instance, data from clinical trials, as well as data from real-world evidence. And these data are already there to some extent. Some are still have to be developed. So we need a kind of common approach to assess the value of these methods, and subsequently also a common approach to implement these methods, so that we're going to use the same methods in our practices, because as HTA organizations, we do similar things. So just a little bit as a starting point.
Thank you very much. I say much more of the focus there on the use of it. We have tended to focus more on the data itself, the collection, the analysis, but how you are using them. So thank you for bringing that very concretely into our discussion. Jakob, from your perspective and putting this in the context of the digital strategy, the broad digital strategy, the EU health data space. We heard the Commissioner talk about this right at the beginning, the Health Commissioner at the beginning of our event. There's also a planned regulation on collaboration between HTAs. But in terms of this broader context of the data revolution and what the EU is trying to do to harness it, how do you see the challenge ahead and the potential role of a learning network of the type that Joe and the initiative are calling for? Just need to activate your mic. You're muted at the moment. There we go, sir.
So, good afternoon to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Jackie, for again allowing me to share my reflection. I think indeed, I mean, you've heard today about, let's say, what I would consider quite a visionary concept of European health data spaces, which is in a way, as you rightly said, part of a wider approach to data strategies that has been promoted by Commissioner Breton. And clearly health is a specific case in point. We are talking about very sensitive data. We are talking about issues that really concern profoundly, you know, individuals, citizens. I think, I mean, overall, we are very positively predisposed to the idea of a kind of multi-stakeholder learning network for the use of real-world evidence data. I must say this is something that is in a way very much within the overall concept of European health data spaces, where we anticipated with this project moving forward, we will have indeed possibility to have access to the abundance of data, basically, generated through different initiatives. I mean, let's look into some of the things that we have done in the past, like, for example, the idea of European electronic health record exchange format, the specific initiative on that. It's indeed one of the foundations which would allow, for this data to be gathered. And we clearly see that there is, I would say, a symbiotic, synergetic relationship between on the one hand, the specific, ideas related to RWE and the opportunities created by European health data space. I mean, specifically about the learning network, I think that is indeed a way to, for us to, Mr. De Kock, I mean, mentioned the plethora of initiatives in that field. So this is indeed could be a useful tool to have alignment and synergies in different actions that would be ultimately, part of the efforts towards health data space. We definitely need coordination, and this is something that such a learning network can help. I think there are a lot of very, of course, crucial challenges. So I like this kind of learning element in this concept, because I think indeed, there is a long way ahead of us, because I mean the concept between RWE in a way is a revolutionary one. So I think there is a lot of discussions that are needed. All of this, I think, can actually help us to contribute to what, in the long term, you could see as a true digital single market for health. And that would be also the way to encourage innovation. And with these developments, we will see more space, for the uptake of digital health technologies. And in that sense, we are again, in a way, back to the sort of shock that COVID-19 has had on us. But indeed, it was also an eye-opening experience, demonstrating that much more is possible than we have thought in the past, or the progress actually can be faster.
So it's underlined the challenge, but also the potential for action. Joe, could I come back to you when it comes to the designing of such a network to make it really effective? We had some conversation in one of our previous panels about this question of does it need to be publicly owned? You talked about it's important when you were enumerating the key principles that need to underpin it. You talked about it should be a publicly led initiative with long-term public financing. Why is that important for you, Joe? Why does it matter so much that it has public ownership?
We have already mentioned, or in this session was mentioned, the need of transparency, but also I think it's the need to have also confidence in data, knowing that they are unbiased, they are not used, as someone has said also from the payer organization, as created data sets which are in which there's not sufficiently information about the way they are gathered, but also I think that's a very important issue. It's of course industry has to play a role because they are one of the most important stakeholders in this discussion, but it cannot let dance. It's for decision making, and it's real world data for decision making. And this decision making is not done by the industry. But nevertheless, they have to play a role. They have to play their responsibilities also. In the way of finance, it's another thing, because you can of course have more, you have create fundings like it was the case in MRI and other initiatives on the European side. But I think that's something we have to discuss. But I see and I feel when I talk with my colleagues that of course the trustworthy of the initiative and the neutrality and is an important one. It cannot be driven by one company or in favor of one product. I think the overall public and common good must be in the center of.
And as you said at the beginning, the idea is it supports the member states
yes.
In this area. Therefore, a clear case, as you see it, for EU level funding for this.
Yep.
So it's about the neutrality, the trust, the transparency. Thoughts from the rest of you on that question, and more broadly, how do we need to design this network? Another issue that's come up quite a lot in previous panels is who needs to be round the table. The importance, for example, of the patient voice being round the table, the citizen voice, not just the patient voice we heard in the cancer session. Any comments to the design of this network in a way, and then I'll come back to the financing issue in a moment. But Claudia, how do you see it? What do we need to do to make this network really effective in meeting the challenges we've been discussing all afternoon?
I think that we should put together, as already mentioned frequently in these previous sessions, the different stakeholders. In InfraMed, we act on the whole cycle of the medicine, from the clinical trials to HTA, payers, monitoring, and we observe duplication of the initiatives that are already in place, because we have contacts from EMA, from the UNETA, from other initiatives promoted by the European Commission. So I think the first step is to coordinate all these initiatives to make a common framework. I think that will be the first step, so that this can work and start, because I think that there was already a lot of preliminary work, but it should now start to mapping some information. One of the suggestions was to make a registry of the registers. Maybe it's the first step to start making concrete actions on this subject that is quite important.
Thank you. Wim, from your point of view and from an HTA point of view, how do we design this most effectively to make sure that it does deliver? Who needs to be around that table? What for you are the key elements to make this body, this learning network, really enable you as HTAs to learn by doing and learn through the network?
Yeah, I think just to respond to the completeness of stakeholders, that is very crucial. And one element which has been mentioned in some extent, but we think is very important in the Netherlands, is the involvement of the healthcare providers, the clinicians, because we feel that if we have real world data, they will, for instance, lead to guidelines. And these guidelines in the Netherlands are quite often, next to HTA advice, very leading in how treatments are being used. So we are currently actively also, we have a national project where we actually work on patient registries, and there the kind of collaboration between patients and clinicians and the HTA people is very crucial to bring this forward. So let's get the clinicians at the table, and also find out how, for instance, the HTA advice, which is based on also partly data from clinical practice, is subsequently being reflected in getting clinical guidelines, and vice versa. Mm-hmm. So we think that role of of the clinicians is actually should be augmented more than it is now within the current initiatives.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I see Joe nodding in emphatically. Joe, how you obviously believe this is very important too. In the work that you've done so far, in the case study approach you've been taking, have clinicians been involved, or is this an area?
Yes, we have involved clinicians belonging to European clinician organizations, for cancer organizations, and so on, from different backgrounds. Also, they are all not always they'll not always agree, but nevertheless, it's the critical approach we need in such a project. And it's clear. In Belgium, we did an exercise on cancer, in which, of course, a lot of expertise centers were involved, and I think it was this given added value, and it's also narrowing the gap between, of course, the promise. It's a confrontation between the promises of the outcomes which are launched at market authorization on the one side, and what we see in practice on the other side. And this confrontation, I think, it's responding also to the value and the accountability policymakers have to respond to.
Thank you. Simone, any thoughts in terms of the design of this network? And then Jakob, I'd like to come to you on the thorny question of money. But Simone first, any thoughts about how we need to design the learning network to make it most effective?
Well, I do. I was reflecting quite hard, and you've probably seen steam come on my ears, but the fact is that what I think the design should be, and this is my personal view, probably we need to look at the cycle of development and access to a therapy, see what's needed, what's the role of real-world evidence at every step, see if there is an initiative ongoing. The Darwin Project is one of them. Maybe we should build upon it and see where we can learn from the experience. And certainly, obviously, we advocate for a specific role for the patient, as we can provide real life experience of how a disease is affecting us, as well as the treatment. And that's, I will say, that's where it should be centered around such a learning network. And obviously, I think the role of the clinician, and particularly what Wim was saying around clinical guidelines, this is what the European Reference Network is doing. Many European Reference Network are doing, with the specific participation of patients in developing those guidelines, as well as developing registry. Let's not forget that the European Reference Network are, in my view, punching above their weight in terms of what the financing and resources are, in particular for what they're doing. And here I can touch upon the thorny issues of funding. I think I got, while we were talking, I also got the news that an agreement between Council, Parliament and the Commission has been found on the budget, which includes a 12.5 billion increase for Horizon Europe and EU and the public health funding and Erasmus. So I recommend to Joe to make and others that have much more influence than I do to devote a chunk of that money to public health, and in particular real-world evidence. Already in the existing public health program, there is, or at least in the version that the European Parliament is working on, a great reference to real-world evidence. Let's capitalize on that. Let's see what is needed to work at European level in support at this stage to member states, but hopefully in the future to a true European healthcare system.
Thank you very much. Jakob, on the question of a publicly owned network, you said we're predisposed, we think this sounds like a good idea and so on, but a lot of emphasis, and Joe saying there why it needed to be publicly owned and publicly financed. He was talking about issues of neutrality, of trust, of transparency, and so on. Do you see, I mean, it's a broad question, and Claudia, also to you, about how policymakers at national and European level can support a network like this, taking on board Simone's point about, he says it's got to be done at the European level. But do you think there is, within the context of the health data space and the overall data strategy, money within Digital Europe for this, money within Horizon Europe? Do you think there is a way through EU funding to provide this sustainable financing, which this panel and previous panels have underlined? We don't just want a project that runs for a few years and then stops. It needs to be sustainable in the long term. Can they turn to you, the Commission, for help in this? Can you, your mic is off. Your mic is off again.
Right, excellent. Well, I mean, as Simone mentioned, today was indeed, the news broke of the agreement reached on MFF, which is clearly a very, very positive news. And I think what we see that the digital and health, how can I say, are big winners of the very difficult budget discussions. And again, I think not surprisingly, you know, this has been partially, you know, again, a result of COVID-19, the realization, for example, that on health, and we really talk about much wider range of issues and being debated here. You know, this is an area which traditionally has been outside of, let's say, EU competence, but that we really need to do more, much more, and that gives really this unique opportunity to go further and faster. Now, in terms of specific funding instruments, we see that there are relevant funding for digital and health under indeed Digital Europe program, the brand new, another, let's say, brand new program, EU for Health, but also CEF2, Horizon Europe, and finally, not to be underestimated, you know, Recovery and Resilience Facility, which would be again the funding spent by member states, but I guess as a result of a very kind of a joint up approach. So again, I would say that I cannot clearly, you know, give now specific indications. Yes, there is already a specific envelope which would address that specific initiative, but clearly, you know, with the all attention that we give to this project of European health data space, we need to make this project successful. So from that point of view, you know, the functioning of such networks could be indeed helpful. You know, in terms of, anyway, I don't really want to go further into details because institutional funding per se, it is.
I'm letting you talk yourself into trouble here.
Yeah, but in any case, I think, you know, as you see, you have also type of projects in generally the, let's say, financial toolbox of the Commission that allow support of various networks. Again, you cannot say it's sustained. It's not like eternal, permanent basis, you know, but classically, you know, for example, the coordination and support actions, okay, for example, under Horizon Europe, which are one of ways, you know. But anyway, I don't want really at that moment to prejudge or preclude this or the other solutions or promise anything. But clearly, you know, there is a right, I would say, overall setting and direction of travel that shows that digital and health combined is a big priority.
So this is the time to seize the moment, seize the deal, and see whether there is room within that to find the financing. I don't know whether anybody, Claudia, anybody else, in terms of the support that policymakers can give to the creation of this network, any quick thoughts before we move to draw some conclusions?
Yes, I think the decision makers support this, but they will prefer that the funding come from the European Commission. Because it will guarantee that it becomes a solid and a sustainable project. Because if it depends on the member states' initiative, it may not have that sustainability at the long term. We have a project, the International Horizon Scanning Initiative, that is funded by the members, and that it's quite an effort for the country. So I think it will be preferable if it was financing made by the.
Give it that long time horizon that every panel has underlined we need. Okay, we are almost out of time, and Wim, quick one, yeah.
Yeah, just to add to that, I also feel that European funding will be very helpful. On the other hand, you have to realize that there are many countries which currently also fund research programs which do similar things. So one thing at least that we could actually support is that these type of funding mechanisms actually come more closely together. So otherwise you get the tension that similar things are developed by different funding sources, one on a national level and one on an international level. So at least we should think, what can we do to bring national funding mechanisms to support research and international mechanisms like European funding together?
Okay, so that alignment as well. Simone, little one, if you would.
Very specific, as thanks to Wim, sorry. But this reminds me that one potential model to look at is the European joint programming on rare disease, because this is truly a multi-stakeholder partnership with all stakeholders involved, including national member states. And here, what Wim was saying, there is a clear agenda to focus on what really matters. If we have the same structure, I'm sure there will be a much greater degree of success.
Okay, we have 6 minutes left, and I want to give each of you a chance before we go, as I have done with every panel. And this one particularly, because this is the way ahead panel, this is the way forward. For each of you, if we had to identify one, let's call it a key next step, because there are many issues, many recommendations, many people who have to do something. But a key next step, if we are going back to where we started, to utilize the potential of real world evidence under the circumstances and in the ways that we've discussed to foster and boost health innovation, and build a network that will enable us to do this through this learning by doing, as has been described all day. What for each of you is the key next step in 1 minute each? Jakob, where do you see, where do we go from here?
Okay, I would say that I think for us, but that is nothing new. I mean, we need to get this project of European health data space right, you know, which means that is what is ahead of us is a very thorough, methodical process of, you know, assessing, you know, through the whole impact assessment process, you know, how this is going to be established. Of course, that would involve very intensive, wide-ranging consultations. As part of the preparatory process, we need to get the governance right. We need also to clearly, let's say, see how the European health data space would also interlink with the, let's say, horizontal infrastructure for data space that we will be building in Europe. So I think this is in a way really the core job that the Commission has to do it right, because I mean, for the rest, of course, the specific knowledge, the data, the use cases, it's not coming from us, it's coming from the
broad
practitioners.
Framework, right.
So that, and I would terribly excuse me because I will have to switch off really on time.
Please do. So. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you being with us. Take care. Wim, your key priority.
Yeah, I would just put my academic hat on. I would say that a better alignment of international existing methods to actually use those real-world evidence. So firstly, identify current gaps in methods and prepare an agenda to forcefully support implementation of methods which we already agree on, and subsequently ensure a program of developing new methods that are closely linked to our practice of HTA. So if we are talking about real-world evidence, we should really have the momentum and the tools to use theirs for our practice. So there is a lot of continuing to actually work on this, and I hope that will be a part of this learning network.
Thank you very much indeed. Simone, I did ask this question earlier, but particularly in reference to sharing learnings. For you, key next step.
I think for me, really turning into those demonstration. Once you got those methods right and agree upon, let's start doing the work. Let's start to have the pilots or demonstration, if you wish, and see what works and doesn't work. That will feed in back again into the learning network. I think that's, for me and for the community patient, is probably the key next step.
Thank you very much. Claudia, for you, where do we go from here?
I think the next step will be for us to identify a case study and act on that and see which entities, stakeholders are producing information on that case study, and which methodological aspects came from the different registries. So if you have one example, we could create knowledge based on the learnings from each country, and try to identify the main obstacles to a common approach. So I will identify a case study and try to work on that. And as a next step, also in the Portuguese presidency, I think we will work on this in this topic, and hope that it will improve in the next semester also.
Thank you. And Joe, we're talking here about the way forward. We're hearing there the Portuguese presidency planning to take this forward. We heard earlier from the Slovenians, we've heard from the Germans in this period in other sessions. How do you now, as we look to the way forward, what for you is going to be key? What do you hope for from these forthcoming presidencies and so on?
I think my hope is that there would be sufficient policy support for supporting this initiative of creating a space in which methodology work, as Wim said, together with implementation and practical learning, building skills of payers, that's an important thing. And when member states and policymakers of the member states, their ministers are seeing that, of course, it is very needful, and we can use a lot of things. One of the suggestions which are made on the slide was to have a broad discussion in a CAPER meeting, for instance. Also in the initiatives which were prepared by different member states, the Benelux initiative, but also the Valletta initiative and so on. It would be interesting to bring them together and to see, okay, how can we make progress? Walking the talk, and that's, I think, important, learning by doing, but also together with finding sufficient support in order to continue this project together and in synergy, let's be clear, with others. It's not a standalone project, what we are pleading for. We are pleading for a broader approach in which, of course, learning by doing, involving all the stakeholders is one element based on robust methodologies and being critical in the data we can gather, and opening also and unlocking the data which are available in the different member states, and also promoting, I think it's Simone as right, try also to focus a little bit on the European reference networks, in which I think there is also a huge potential when we build them out in this sense.
Thank you very much, Joe, and thank you for your leadership in this area and the drive that you have put behind this initiative. Thank you to all our panel. As I say, the audience can't thank you in the traditional manner. I'll come back, Joe. So I'm just going to thank the panel, Joe, and I think you wanted to add probably a word of thanks yourself.
Yes, I want to thank the German presidency for hosting this virtual conference, this webinar. I think it was an interesting one in which we could clarify or call for action and put it publicly on the discussion on different aspects. And I'm very grateful that the German presidencies could make it to support this initiative. And I'm looking forward, of course, to our Portuguese and Slovenian colleagues to work further on, but together, not only with the presidencies, but together with all the stakeholders involved, a lot of you which are participating at this webinar. Thank you for all. And I think when we can making progress together, we are doing a great job. Thanks a lot.
And on that uplifting note, thank you again, Joe. I should mention that the call to action that Joe outlined for you there at the beginning of this final session, you can see it on the website. You'll see a link in a moment. In the real world, ladies and gentlemen, we would now have a drink, have a chat, network. We can't do it at the moment physically, but we can do a form of it in the virtual world. I mentioned earlier, there is a networking area on this platform where you are now. If you click on the networking tab, you can either randomly connect with someone else who's clicked on the tab and have an interesting and perhaps unexpected conversation, or you can look at the attendee list, find someone you wanted to connect with and fix up a video call. There is also, just to remind you, the exhibition tab. Please do click on that tab. You can visit different booths, find videos and presentations, information about the exhibitors, links to their websites, Twitter accounts, and again, chat areas where you can start the conversation. So let's not let the virtual deny us the chance for the networking that is so much traditionally an important part of these events. We're talking about a learning network. Let's learn from each other now if we can. It only remains for me to thank all our speakers very much indeed for great discussions this afternoon. Thank you to the Real World Evidence for Decisions Initiative, to Joe and everybody involved for their work on this issue and for sharing that with us this afternoon. But most of all, thank you to all of you for joining us, for listening to our discussions and for contributing with your comments and your questions. It only remains for me to wish you a very pleasant evening. Stay safe and goodbye. Bye, everyone. And thank you again.